Alright, so we're going to pick up where we left off with Schedule 1. So we're going to go back to Kentucky Herbed Poultry, our main factory, or not factory, main business, whatever you want to go. Main run, the one we've been doing on stream. The other one you just saw the character for, that was a run I was doing with Ultrasaurus and Bloody Drongo yesterday. That was a lot of fun. I had a good time. Now granted, people started probably noticing us starting to get low energy towards the end of it because it was a long stream. I really enjoyed it, but you know, it was getting really late. But yeah, so where we're at, I've basically got this operation pretty much fully automated at this point. That I just, not fully automated, that's not true. I have to go and buy the ingredients and load them up on the shelf. And that's a whole thing there. Right, so I've got all the supplies, so that's all churning away. It's doing its thing. Right, and I actually had... Oh no, where's my notepad? There it is. I actually had the product I was making here. I wish there was a way to, like, flag shelves to say, like, this is the hot pepper shelf or whatever. Just to make my life easier. Right, and I've got a ridiculous amount of product. That doesn't look like much, but each one of those represents, what is it, 20 samples per unit? So, that's 300 units to sell. I don't remember what we're producing anymore. Okay, regardless, I need to order stuff. Like, that's been one of the big things. I feel like they need to give us more ability to be like, here's my order. I would like another of that same order. So 160 energy drinks and 160 chili peppers. That's one whole van by itself. So place that order. I need to go to you. So 160 batteries. And 195 iodine. Or sorry, 160 iodine. For the barn. And number 2. Place that order. I know they have a couple different things they've got planned, but like right now, it's kind of, so I really enjoyed Supermarket Simulator, and one of the comments I had that was the negative with Supermarket Simulator is when it first dropped in early access, you know, you had the warehouse people, they could drag stuff out to your floor, and you had the salespeople, they could run the cash register. Like, they could do all those kind of things, but really the place where the game got into kind of a rough spot is when you got to, that's not supposed to be that way. Well, that sucks. 100. But where you got into the rough spot with it was when it came to your purchase order for products you want to put on your shelf, and then emptying or getting the boxes into your warehouse became the problem. So as the game went on, you ended up becoming more and more warehouse simulator and nothing else. And it did improve a lot of that with the warehouse people could start bringing stuff in from the street. I haven't been back to the game forever, but the game Big Ambitions, which was one of the games we had the poll for earlier, that's actually one of the things I feel it did a good job resolving, is that Big Ambitions, they have a whole purchase order system, where you could tell it to say, hey, I want to keep this amount of stuff in stock, but they'll only let you order when it's a certain amount or more. So, like, there's, like, a minimum a buy order can be. So you have this way that you have to, like, plan your purchase orders out to a certain extent, without it being incredibly overbearing to sort it out. And I found that to be a really good system. I also appreciate that these don't actually require any type of, like, bags or anything. So it's one less good I even have to buy. So I think the things I'd love to see this game have is for these orders here, the two things I want to see is one, that maybe we could assign one of our hauling people to the loading bay. And that, like, maybe instead of this person having their, if we go here, instead of them having their 5 route assignments, that I could flag these shelves as saying, this is the shelf for this, this is the shelf for this, this is the shelf for this. You get the idea. And then have, like, a catch-all shelf out here that they could load into it. So you'd spend less time with your people just idling around like this, where they're just all standing there waiting for their turn. But an individual wouldn't necessarily be as efficient, because I'd be doing the catch-all on it. Like, that's to me the big pain point right now. Why are you not running? I'm already doing it. If you want to do it yourself, you should have been faster. But yeah, so to me, and it's like I said, it's literally the same place that so many games of this genre get, is the ordering supplies and the unloading them, that we really do want systems or need systems to make that not quite so cumbersome. And then, like, the task assignment side of things. Like, I'm okay with them having significant limitations. Just the nature of how they work right now, I do feel is more painful to interact with than enjoyable. Like, I'm honestly okay with the chemists only being able to run 3 benches. That's fine to me. It's more the hauling people. The UI behind it and all that just is very complicated. Like I said, I'd love to be able to mark this shelf as this is the Addy shelf, and this is the whatever shelf, and this, you do get the idea, and having some way to have them work it or whatever. Even if it still has a restriction of like 5 shelves per person or whatever. Like that, maybe I could assign them to these shelves and it would treat these as destinations and it would seek out the materials or whatever. Or, you know, this is the source and they would seek out shelves that are correctly flagged to drop the items on the shelf. So like, having a shelf out here, for example, having, you know, Ryan assigned to loading bay 1, he would unload everything onto shelf 1, and then maybe a second task that he would just take those and whatever shelves are flagged in there, he would just try his best to put the stuff on those shelves. And that would be all of his assignments. He'd be full up. And then maybe you could task one of them to work the machines, and flag, like, somewhere, like, basically have a filter. And it could even be a more advanced shelf or something. Like, I don't care about it. Like, it's fine with progression. Alright. So the chilies go on this shelf, because it's also just nice and not having to memorize what my process is here. Because I've honestly debated when I go to set up the warehouse, instead of having a very involved progress like I've got right now with like 5 ingredients, maybe instead I use way fewer ingredients to make something maybe not quite as good, but still relatively good, just so I can have like one truck deliver everything I need, or whatever. It could also be just literally make the delivery trucks bigger. Like, there's lots of ways they could improve it, because this is the one painful part to me, is just managing this. Because it could also enable the playstyle for players who want to be out there, like, dealing with the customers and running from the cops and not babysitting their operations back home. I don't have enough cash to pay everyone. Alright, so let's go here. Let's grab our bricks. And just in case I get caught, let's shift those out enough that we could do this. I also think, honestly, I really should just let the chemists run out of money or whatever, because we are kind of sitting at the point here where I've got so much stuff. Like, just money-wise, you know, this is, again, I'm holding what, like 600, not quite 600 doses of stuff to sell. You give me the Tarragon. And the Chai Mint, I think. Yeah, because then you can start breaking that up. You can have that stacked. Okay, so if you give that, he's already got those broken up there. Cool. And see, isn't this a group of 3 people? Isn't this a group of 3 people? Oh, are you talking about what I collabed last night? Oh, the devs of the game? Oh, I have no idea the dev situation. Okay, so it's the 3rd time coffee. So it's a double shot. All right. That's fine. Just trying to get rid of some of the supply. Okay, I believe the last new person we were trying to get was here. I think that's the only customer I don't already have locked in.
Huh.
25%. 72%. And I believe that's literally everyone I could have for a current customer. Alright, so what we're going to try and do is we're going to go to the docks. Because remember that was the thing we were doing, is we're basically throwing sample, or trying to trade with people at the docks and all that. Just trying to move product. Yeah, so I'm going to focus right now on trying to launder as much as possible. Okay, so you got 6 hours left in game on that. Yeah, so I want to go ahead and try and get friends with them so I can open up that last dealer. Yeah, no, you don't have to sell stuff by text. The problem here is I'm kind of stuck dealing with it this way. Alright. Which there's some RNG around it. But that's fine. Because I could open up the text if I was selling just the same product all the time. But part of the issue is how much time I have to spend just managing inventory. I usually don't get much time to run around and do stuff. Because by the time I get back, we're going to be out of supplies again. Alright, so Javier's already moved on to work, which I believe is this gas station over here. And I do own the van and the skateboard and all that. I actually found I much prefer running around. Unless I'm trying to move a lot. Oh, that one's the one still laundering? Okay. I should read better. Alright, so right behind the cops' backs. Okay. Alright. Right, it's going to the laundromat to try and move stuff. But yeah, so you can see the rate I'm making the cash. Am I seriously just running back and forth between those, thinking that both of them... Wait, wasn't I at the post op? It's whatever. I'm just misreading this again. We'll deposit all of it. So it's literally all I can deposit for one day. Yeah, part of the thing I found was if I want to sell stuff as individual items, I have to pack them individually. Like little packets. It's really hard to sell them in stacks of 5. Let alone the bricks. I imagine that's gonna be something I could probably do more later. Okay. All right. You could. Oh, that's not how I wanted. All right. We could do a clean playthrough. So you can, to a certain extent, you can go around and sweep and all that. And then take that money to the casino and gamble your way to having a lot of money. That is actually a viable option. Will you take the better one? No. That's still money for me. It still does clear out inventory. Okay. As you can see, running around and knocking on the door and harassing everybody you see. It's actually way less doable early game. Because early game, just too many people aren't your customers. Oh, you're buying. Okay. All right. Okay. Pretty soon we should unlock that new dealer. I know I needed more of the Addy. I'm gonna guess 80, I don't remember how much. But you get the idea, already just me running around and manually doing those deals with them, that I've already managed to get that much more money set aside. That's like 15,000 in the bank. Let me go ahead and tell him just put all this in here. Because I'm assuming that's going to be our bottleneck, because I'm trying to remember, I believe the last piece of real estate is something like 50,000 or 60,000. And try checking in there the next in-game day. Alright. Yeah, so problem is when we get back to the house, it's already going to be having all of the shelves cleaned off. For the most part. Or not. Why are you not done? What's going on here? Your output isn't... Oh, it's going to be because one of the chemists wasn't paid enough. Yep, so you weren't paid enough. You weren't paid enough. You're good for the moment. Alright. Trying to make sure they have money for tomorrow. Okay, well we can go bother the, Actually, let's check before we go checking the dealers. Yeah, I mean, they got enough. No, it's fine. To bring money back, the work's not going to get done. Yeah, so basically, didn't have enough cash left in their things to keep them working. Like that output goes here. Alright. I guess with this, we'll just go to sleep for right now. Yeah, so we made about 15,000 yesterday. So we can knock out a good chunk of XP at a time. Collision is kind of annoying. Yeah, it's not a thing with multiplayer. You just pass through each other. But yeah, for them, I've learned that you need the extra space. That you don't want to pack them in that tight. All right, let's go hit up the people at the docks because, like I said, we're right on the edge of getting that other dealer on board. And once I've got that, I don't need to be out here running the products myself again. I can just assign a bunch of people to more of the customers and then just grab the money. All right. Cool. And then sometimes Melissa's over here. She'd be on that bench if she was. Alright. Yeah, so basically we're just chucking drugs at everyone who'll take them. How many more regions do we have left to unlock? We've got Suburbia and Uptown are the only ones left. And pretty much the, those two regions require high-quality product. Which is just the ingredients going in, are they high quality, so pay the extra. Yep. No, that's a comment I was making, is we are starting to get to the point. The big thing is getting that new location. You can still have that stack of Tarragon. All right.
Okay.
Basically, it's going through, it's like, here's the most expensive one. You want it? Okay, what's the next most expensive one? You want it? No. Okay, the next most expensive one. Look, man, I'm going to keep going down the list until we find something in your price bracket. Yep. And you've got all those. You can't accept anything else without having inventory woes. Keep losing those rolls on 70%. It's pretty sad. All right. Got real bad luck at being shot down for that again and again. Alright, your inventory's full. The good news, we're also getting pretty low on the amount of stuff I got left on me. There we go. Oh, you're not here? That's not how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to be here. You're like always here. Yeah, because he drives over there every morning from what I saw. Ah, I see. You took a break, got yourself a snack. Don't worry, once you're out of line of sight of the cops, we're gonna get you set up with some. Ooh, 67%? Ah, got greedy. Man, with the 70%, I'm just getting not interested again and again. Just really not getting the odds there. Just going into the business being like, I could just deal inside your in your business, right? Just like walk up to you and be like, hey. All right. Just walking into all businesses, just selling to their customers. It's fine. No one would be upset about that, right? Even soliciting the business owner. It's fine. That wouldn't upset literally anyone. So Javier's not there. Which is curious. Pearl, why are you just sitting inside my business establishment, just like literally just sitting there? Hey Earth, how's it going? Just weirdly sitting in the post office, no employees or anything. Just sitting there. It's a post office, but like there's no staff. I own the post office. Okay. What do you mean, no? Don't search me, officer. Meg, you don't look like you're doing so good. Yeah, so I imagine with the other two regions, we'll be able to deal with basically everyone who's not the cops and like one or two of the town vendors. Is there a hospital in town? There's like a medical place or whatever in town. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we got what we could out of that. Did you have the bug that cops would get stuck outside the barn? I have not had the cop show up at the barn at any capacity. So no, I haven't had that. All right. Who do I need to become? Let's see. Who do I need to become friends with still to unlock the dealer? It was Javier or Mac. It's just those two. All right. So those are the two I need to go out of my way for. So Javier is usually in like the apartments down by the docks, right thing, first thing in the morning. I'm not gonna dump the money in there yet. We're gonna sleep today. And we're gonna drop, you know, a round of money on everyone, I think. Hey! Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, like there's nothing new unlocking with those ranks. It's only when you rank 5 times now that I'm really seeing anything. I'd also like the payroll to not be quite as, you know, run around to every one of these, throw money in it, or you'd have like $4,000 or $5,000, well, $4,000 chucked in here. It'd be nice to have like a payroll vault kind of thing, and you can choose to assign people to be active or inactive each day, and then when payroll runs out, you just get a notification being like, hey, payroll ran out. Gotcha. Grab those two. So that means everyone should still be working there as long as they've got supplies, which they should probably have supplies. That'll be the curiosity of when it comes time to go and get the next thing, how it goes. Oh, let's check if we can go in here yet. 50,000. Okay, so 50,000 is the dock warehouse. So here's Mac. Stop saying no, man. Just deal with me. I need you to deal with me. I need your friends to be my friends. I imagine it could be a hard no on that one. Yeah, considering like the fair market price, that's $4,500 per unit. It's fine. Yeah, I'm assuming you just won't go for it. Nope. Cheers, my friend Jane Lucero is a dealer. Might be able to move some of your stuff. You should go speak. Yes. I was not expecting that because you weren't connected to her, but I'm not going to complain. Alright, 3,000, 20% cut, that's fine. Have the product. And dealer, so Jane here. Alright. It'd be nice if you get, like, let's say, so what point does the town go to crap because everyone is high all the time and they have no more money? Well, you see, I keep investing it back into the local economy by continuing to buy the supply of illicit materials and fertilizer and phosphorus and everything else. So weirdly, we actually are making a very strong local economy. Just unfortunately, one that is incredibly harmful to the citizens of that economy. Except for Dan. Dan is just being taken care of. Okay, so Benji is just leaving his apartment. So it does mean periodically I am going to have to stop by Jane as well. Because I want to do the rounds, get the money off all my dealers, drop it in for laundering, because that's the most we can put in. So we can basically add about $6,000 per day to our bank. And all the other stuff I can buy with just cash, so not super worried about that. Alright. I'm trying to think, what is the main product we're selling right now? It's you, right? Yeah, which is like ridiculously addictive. All right. And then after we get the warehouse, we'll end up needing to clean money faster. The other vehicles don't really... Like, the vehicles, honestly, are probably one of the things I found the most underwhelming in the sense that they do serve a useful purpose, that the vehicles generally do a pretty good job of when you need to move a bunch of stuff. But, like, the physics are all kind of crap. Like, your character already can move very, very quickly on foot, so it's really not that much faster to travel around. The cars have a turning radius of a rock. Yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, I have the van. About the only time I use it is when I'm going to, like, the gas station. I'm like, alright, I need a lot of materials. And that's about the only time I use it, is to do, like, those shipments of going, alright, well, I need a bunch. Because the delivery vans kind of suck as well, in that they take 6 hours to show up, and they only carry, like, double the player's inventory for the whole van. Alright, so speaking of which, we're gonna probably need to do another shipment. Made a mistake of buying the SUV first. Yeah, I bought the delivery van because it seemed like it was going to do the most, capacity-wise. I really wish the UI told you what you're going to get out of it. So we have 160 of each of those. And then we need the battery and the iodine. Then I have to go buy the Addy myself. Is there a vehicle you can use to move furniture? Well, furniture always takes one stack. So you could use that for, like, the van, where you could just put one stack in there and it would work relatively fine. I'm a little worried about the fact that I'm probably going to need to do a Sudafed run soon. I gotta check how the supplies are working on our shelves. Which is not that big a deal, but it's just another thing to buy. Now, granted, I understand the game's going to be adding, like, I guess, cartel raids and bribing the cops and a whole bunch of other stuff. I could see that adding. I do... Yeah, no, that's the thing. So you can use the van, and it's got a bunch of space there. Basically, think of the van as a backpack. I've heard people mention that. I'm like, yeah, no, that's about fair. That's just, it's a big backpack. So you got 6 stacks there. Yeah, sort of good. And he said he wished you could rent a moving van. Yeah, no, you can't rent. You have to buy it. But this is 9,000. And I think this is, like, literally the best capacity. So it's honestly pretty good. Like, it's worth having. I just don't use it consistently. Because it's really only faster... It's really only faster in the sense that it's effectively got the capacity of 2 of your inventory, plus you can have your own inventory. So for moving large volumes, it's good, but for actually, like, just driving around town, the driving physics in this game are not great. To under-explain it incredibly. They're room for improvement. Like, if I unlock the next words are hard, the next product line, in around the same time that we would go to move to the new location, I've been half tempted to see if I can leave this running while I'm not here. And, like, just do a thing where I do a run of materials once every day, or, like, every other day or so. I'm a little worried that's going to be even more of just me, wake up, go to this location, order all the supplies, top them off, go to the next location, order all the supplies, top them off, go to the third location, order all the supplies, top them off. You get where this is going. Oh, man. So these are all getting backed up. Alright, so that's fine. What that means we could probably do is, when these start running low, just let them run out. It's also a thing with, like, your chemists only being able to work 3 benches. It kind of does bother you seeing your entire staff just standing here all the time. You're like, yo, what am I paying you for? Oh, I had more of this on the shelf. That's right. And the baggies and jars I don't need. I'm not growing weed anymore at all. Like, I can just get people with the higher end product. Alright, so we got about just shy of a minute and a half till the delivery trucks show up. There we go, just in time to clear up that inventory. Let's see. Trying to remember. Let's get all these out of the way. Yes, I don't have a new supplier yet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because we got this thing, and it talks about cocoa leaves and gasoline. Oh, you know what? We should probably check the warehouse for that. Please don't kill my staff. We're not insured. Okay. All right. I'm honestly tempted on the next location to just not even do the mixing or anything and just be like, hey man, just let's sell it straight so I don't have to juggle any of this inventory. Like, it would certainly not make me nearly as much money, but it'd save a lot of effort. Alright, I'd really like to ditch a stack of both of the, like, the 2 stacks I got on me. That way, if I do find goods that I need at the other location, I could grab them while we're there. Why are you all just staring at the machines? Yeah, because I could see, for the products maybe, assuming we don't get anything else, instead of going to these like really complicated ones they've got, go to those ones it's like literally just the first step. And just make it aggressively fast. I mean, I guess the problem with that is then we run into the bandwidth problem that the dealers just can't deal it fast enough. Yeah, so literally where we go up just this one tier. And I mean, they wouldn't be as addictive either. It sucks. It's fine. I do, like, I need to not be Starbot. I do need to, like, kind of go through this whole thing. Would you clear off those, please? I guess we're just going to have that in our inventory for a minute. I'm just going to chuck these on the shelf. Okay, I know it's well after hours. We're going to run to the warehouse real fast. Just because we have that cauldron and it's like, yo, if you throw cocoa leaves and gasoline in here, I can make something. But we haven't had a dealer or someone show up offering to sell us those. And it could be maybe they're not in the game. I don't know. It'd be weird for them to be mentioned if they're not in the game. It could also be that, again, early access thing. Maybe it's not fully implemented. So rather than have everything where it's quite as well structured as the other one, it's just you go to the warehouse and like Oscar sells it or something. I don't know. But I haven't checked. You got anything interesting for me, Oscar? You do not. It's not up here. That's fine. Alright, well, it's worth checking. My guess is we're gonna level up more. And... or so, you know what it probably is? Oh, actually... ah, no, we got the dealer. We just need to make friends. That's the issue. Whereas making friends, and I got confused as like, hey, I needed to get these people to get the dealer. I needed to get the people for the supplier, Javier and the other one. So we are going to need to set aside some product to try and, to throw at them. That's all it was. I've been sitting here with that van with like one energy drink waiting to be used. Alright, so what I'm going to try it to do is intercept this along the way to get one stack of those baggied up as opposed to... oh wait, man, I got shoved in here by that person. Well, that's just rude, sir. Let me down. Alright, we get to awkwardly sit here and watch Ryan do this. Because Ryan has shoved me into the corner. Well, don't look at me. I mean, that's just... there we go. Alright, so it's 10. I can work with that. Alright. So yeah, so what we need to do is... we'll need to... try and hit up Javier. Basically, we're gonna have to hit up a couple of people because it was we need to get either Javier or Mac on our side. Once we get one of them to be our friend, we'll get ourselves the next product line. Which I do think we're not going to fuss with getting everything flipped here to the new product line. We'll wait till we're at the new location. Well, this sucks. We're a little bit shy of doing what I need from that. It's whatever. We honestly have enough product, I shouldn't be fussed by it. It's whatever. Okay. Yeah, so we're only going to worry about trying to direct sell to Javier and Mac. Everyone else we don't give a crap about. We'll let the dealers deal with the rest of it. I've usually caught Mac along this road over here. Might be late this time. Nope, that's probably Mac right there. I'm literally going to go with the safe one of just selling him one. Just trying to lock it in. And Javier's usually here. Boo. That's fine. We'll do the rounds. Cool. It's also with the limitations on the AI and all that, and like how you ship things. It does make me curious with a lot of that about like is it just one of those things you're expected that once you have gotten past the beginning with a good, you just never make that good again? Because like the other goods are just worth more. Feels like they could do a lot of interesting stuff with that, unfortunately the employee limitation does kind of force you to be like, alright, well, we're going to choose to just produce this. And then the shipping in and out being a limiter just exacerbates that as well. I just feel like the automation needs to be a little bit stronger once you progress. Early on, I think it's really good. It was basically really good up until the point that we started getting properly into meth, and then we hit the barn where we had the room to automate. Because realistically, that's not a thing you can do by yourself. And even multiplayer, like for example, when I was playing with Drongo and Ultra and all that, even that, there reached a point where unless all I did was just chained myself to the chemistry sets, that's all I was gonna do. So yeah, the weird problem of being slowly limited more and more and more on what gameplay you're going to even do. The same problem that happened in Supermarket Simulator, that as you progress more and more and more, you become a purchasing agent as your main responsibility, where all you do is you purchase the materials and like price check things. Alright, so we got 3 minutes until those are ready. Because, I mean, I could take the time to go back to one of my previous locations and set up the, set up a plant farm there, but I just don't have the time to run around and do all the things I need to support that. I guess we'll wait. Because it's 2 minutes. But that'll be interesting, because it sounds like we'll get the cauldron. We'll use the coca leaves, and that's, I assume, to make cocaine. But what's interesting about that one is it seems like there's less involved in its production than the meth. Like, the meth, I have to get a whole range of different things between the acid, the phosphorus, all that, versus the cauldron, it's just leaves and gas. Cocaine, do you mean frosting? Yeah, frosting. Or no, it's just straight up sugar. Or that could even be the one we called flour, except we already named one flour. Yeah, we could just make it varieties of sugar, so like sucrose, oh man, I'm not gonna remember those. Fructose. Then just have stuff like Splenda, so not even the real stuff, like the glucose, I guess. I know glucose is like when your body processes it. Alright, there's that. Does it taste sweet? I don't know. I don't think you eat glucose. I'm pretty sure like that's something that's only produced inside your body. I was looking for Javier. Alright, so we've got those doing their thing. We can drop off the little bit of extra cash I need to keep my people working. Because our dealers are definitely making enough money every single in-game day to pay for themselves and still have enough money to do the full amount of money laundering. And it was the one last bed over here that I hadn't had enough for you. Meanwhile, dropping enough money to keep you working tomorrow. But yeah, and I do wish, and I'm okay with these still being an option. I do wish we had some type of like, you know, it's in the genre of like these kind of janky sims to have the computer in the corner where you like control stuff, or your phone. I would like to have like an employee app where instead of dumping money here, like I said, you'd have some type of like payroll box, you know, because you are doing something illegal, you don't want to go through the bank. Like payroll box should deal with, and that would handle all of those things. It's interesting that when I do this, I make a mess, but when the scientists do that, they don't leave a mess around. Because all the other things, when you had like the botanists do it, they left the same garbage around that you do. So it's kind of a weird thing that it doesn't work the same way. Yeah, so I'll work on that. That's all fine. I honestly wonder if when you sleep that these still process correctly. Like if I set up everything where it could run for like 5 or 6 days unattended supply-wise with the automation, if I just very rapidly slept for 5 or 6 days, I don't think it would get the same results as if you wait for it. Because it's usually one of the places that these games tend to fall short as well. Is that they don't simulate the movement of things happening at the time your character sleeps. Alright, let's go see if we can't find Javier again. Because Javier tends to be at the gas station here in the evenings. I don't really know where Matt goes in the evenings, and unfortunately once it doesn't have the new customer icon... Oh, you're still not there, Javier? Come on, buddy. That's annoying. right. Let's see, if you did that, you'd be paying everyone and not collecting money. If I did that, be paying everyone and not collecting money. Oh, she's off. That means Javier's got to be starting. Javier, you're killing me, bro. I need you to buy my product so I can open up a new supply line. Oh, you talked about skipping 5 or 6 days? Yeah, well that's right, what I'm referring to here is, let's say I loaded up the dealers, they're all maxed out. It takes them more than 5 days to drop off all that inventory. And I've got everything set up here that it could run 5 days. It's actually three I think is the max with the fact, actually no, you can do more than that. But you know, say I have like 5 days and all there. And then somehow I got these shelves at 5 days. These shelves don't have 5 days. They have maybe 1 more day on them. But pretend hand-wave magic, you got it set up for 5 days. What should happen is this would build up 5 days worth of inventory, which I believe would not fill up the shelf. The assumption then is the dealers would still sell per normal, get the same rough result, and all that, if the simulation ran completely. But I'm assuming it doesn't. That like if I ended the day right now at 7:40, maybe they do a calculation on the back end that tries to guess how much you would make then. I don't know if it does. Most of these games don't. Like if you do like the supermarket simulator, if you just wrap up the day right away early, where the employees should be like walking back and forth, hauling stuff in and out, it literally doesn't advance at all. It just leaves it exactly where it was when you hit the next day. And that's what I'm guessing, because honestly doing those calculations usually is a non-trivial thing to try and like either fast forward the running of the game for that time frame or whatever you want to call it. I'm just gonna go to bed. Don't care, just gonna go to bed. And everyone's been paid for the day. Put the advance in there last night. Let's try and catch Mac and Javier again. And then while we're over there, we could drop the extra supply on Jane. Well, actually, I'll check who needs supply, but probably Jane. Then we can do a round of getting all the money. And then after we've got all the money, we can go and start laundering it again. Because, like, certainly one thing I could do in the evenings, I literally could just play blackjack. But because right now the bottleneck is our ability to embezzle money, having a bunch of extra money in cash that I can't get into the bank, that's fine. Don't say no, man. Whatever. Oh, wait, Jane. Oh, she out meeting customers? That's fine. There we go. So Jane's all topped off. Yeah, so want to check in the evening for Javier again. And like I said, I don't know where Mac goes. Honestly, that might not even be a bad move on my part. Is to literally just kind of stalk Mac to figure out where he goes, to figure out where I need to catch him. Because that's our current bottleneck, is becoming friends with Mac and just cash. Well, Mac or Javier, either or will work. Okay, and we can launder our money. And then we're gonna see if we can't figure out where Mac is. So Mac lives by the docks, and he walks out of town to the west. And then I don't know where he goes from there. So we should probably check over by, like, the car dealership, the garage, that kind of area. Because that's where I'm guessing he's going that direction. Because usually when I catch him, he's walking just west up here. Like, usually catch him around this area. He's definitely not there. He definitely doesn't work at the gas station. He definitely doesn't go to the car dealership. I don't think I've seen him go this way, so let's assume he's going this way. Okay, not here. Nope. That's not a real door. I don't think he's this way. He doesn't work at the casino, I'm pretty sure. It wouldn't be open early enough. He might be turning over here somewhere. Okay. Yeah, not going to the barber shop or anything like that. Maybe works at the police station? I don't think so, and I don't think we can look it up, unfortunately. Because, like, Javier... Yeah, just like... You can look at them and see what their addiction rate is, but don't give you any more information about them. Okay, none of them are Mac. I don't think Mac is going all the way over here. It feels like too far of a trek to walk every single day. Is there a business we can buy? Yep, I have no idea. Nope. And then again, we're kind of getting to where I think this is too far. There's the hospital again. Yep, that's the only one that's a big mystery, is where Mac goes during the day. Because I know where to catch him first thing in the morning, but there's like a cooldown on when you can give people another go. And it's not a full day. So my hope was to figure out where they go in the afternoon and all that, so I can check them in the evening. Try and give them the stuff first thing in the morning. You know, whether or not that goes through, circle back later in the day and try again. Okay, so I don't know where he walks, but he comes back here apparently. Alright. So he walks somewhere up there. Maybe he goes to the convenience store, gets something to eat or drink, and then comes back here to the warehouse. And then he's waiting for a vehicle. Unfortunately, I can't really trade with him right now. The cops are literally right there. So I'm kind of hoping we can get eyes of where he goes. Because we are kind of waiting on Javier to go to work. Or whatever he's doing. Like right now he's just sitting here. There's a lot of times I've seen people sit here, they teleport to someplace else on the map to another location. Can't like deal to you through the wall or something. No. I was trying to shift him over enough to see if I could put the sign between me. Oh, I guess you just wait on the bench for a while? Okay. Do you live over here? There we go. Thanks. I know a guy named Salvador who can hook you up with some coca seeds. I've given you a number for him. So you can now order coca seeds from Salvador. Coca plants yield coca leaves, which are the main precursor to the ingredient of cocaine. Gotcha. Right, so that puts me back into growing stuff like we did with the Mary Jane way at the beginning. Which I think is fair. That's kind of a cool way of circling back where you had all that infrastructure and then you'd be like, probably not going to worry about that ever again. So what it could do is when we get to the next area, instead of doing, you know, what we've got going on here. Yeah, no, we're going to be making chalky milk. But yeah, instead of what we've got going on here, when we go to the next location, I'm kind of thinking we just lean into that instead. Honestly, I've got enough product. Yeah, I think I've got enough products that what I'm going to literally do is just not worry about it. Let them finish their pay for today or whatever. Yeah, no, it is a lot of fun. The only downside is there is a point where it starts to get very manual and potentially tedious. All right, let's check our dealers. So you've got about 150 product. About 120 product, 150 product, 360 product. So we need to give this to Molly, I think. And give Molly another 100 product on her. basically, I'm trying to avoid spending a bunch of money right now. And the reason I'm trying to avoid spending it is I like the idea of getting the new location, first of all. And then as we get the new location, probably set it up with the new product line. And then maybe all I do is I go to the old place and I just kick it over every once in a while to make sure it's still running. And not sweat it otherwise. Okay, Molly's home. Just to check, because sometimes Molly goes way farther over east here. Alright. Now, one thing is, with how much product you can dump on your dealerships with the bricks and all that, you can choose to interact with the dealers way less often than I am. Ah, I see. Yeah, so I can deal with that. All right. It's probably okay. Surely it's not from my product. It's from someone else's far lower quality product. That's exactly what's going on here. Well, we definitely just walked into one set of cops and then directly into the other. It's probably okay. Oh, he's 100% okay. Yep. Yeah, no, definitely, we are in no way involved or responsible for any of it. Cool. And I have no product to worry about right now. We've got another 9,000 in our wallet. And this is all ground to a halt. Which I'm not honestly super fussed about. Because I'm gonna let their payroll lapse so none of them end up working right now. Happens to you all the time? I know, right? Okay. Now, none of them have been paid yet. I'm gonna handle this myself. Cool, so I've got all that. We can go here. All right. Because I figure I can keep this going just this amount. Cause yeah, cause this is the this is what I was doing like last night when like we were collabing. I kind of focused on this part, which is fine. I enjoyed it. But it's one of those things that would be like, oh yeah, you definitely want to get the staff doing this very quickly. I also love how imprecise things can be. You really don't have to put a lot of focus on it. Alright, that makes a mess versus when they do it, it doesn't. Alright, that's fine. So we got all that. These are all just waiting on materials that I don't have. Except you. Try that again. Where is the last one? Oh, there we go. Cool. Grab those two. Why are they not stacked? I got one of them that's a different product on accident. It's fine. One of them didn't get like its final step. So that's whatever. Okay. So we're gonna launder. Get our next 6,000. We have 2 more days so I can drop $10,000 in. That's the thing. The downside is I don't think I'm gonna be able to sell any of the bricks to the people we have available right now. The dealers can handle that. But unfortunately, like if I go up to this person and be like, hey, you want an offer? I mean, she was saying no, but you get the idea. It's just too high a volume, too much money. Alright, just evading the cops real fast. Cool. Then go collect the money from our dealers and try and drop off more product. And she's mostly dealing down here, if I'm not mistaken. Where's she at? Oh, some of those deliveries I gave you were nowhere nearby. That's fine. It does seem like the dealers get a lot of times where they end up getting stuck just standing around their house, waiting for a customer. Yeah, there's another 6,000. I think if I give them another one, we'll have problems with them stacking. And you're over here. It'll take me a little while to recognize her. Alright, just hang for a moment. I gotta wait till the cops go by. Yeah, it's the same deal. Okay, we're gonna run over here to Benji real quick. See if any of them have enough room for me to drop this one brick that I didn't quite let get fully cooked. So Benji's up here at the docks. Okay, that's looking like pretty good that by the time Monday comes by in game, I'll have like an extra 10,000 just sitting here. Where did you go? Alright, that's fine. Let's see. There, I can deal with this. Okay, let's go find Molly real fast. And we're almost out of products that is like my old stuff. That's how much tarragon we made. That we haven't been making tarragon for a very, very long time. Like, it's been in-game weeks since the last time we made any of it, and I still have entire containers worth like 30 or 40 doses just floating around still. Oh, you are home. All right. So just gonna try and run around. I shouldn't need that many customers. Only like 7 or 8 to offload all of this. We lay enough in the day that we can drop in here? Yeah. A lot of them, like, I wonder if, even though it says 80%, if it is affected by if it aligns with their tastes or not. I'm being a little too aggressive and just being like, hey, let me just try and see through the transaction even while the cop's there. Because honestly, if we lose this, I'm only carrying about $2,000 worth of product. This is nowhere near... more like $2,500. This is nowhere near the value of product that we wind up carrying most of the time. Because, like, those bricks are like $4,500 each. Then they take your cash? Oh, if the cops catch me, they'll take the product in cash and all that, yeah. But I've yet to be... sorry, I've been caught once in the entire run. And I actually don't even think I had product on me at the time. It was breaking curfew that I got caught for. Okay. Oh, they only take the amount of money need to pay the fine. But they believe they will take any illicit things you have on your person, which is honestly often worse. Because, like, especially if you're doing most of your dealing yourself, you could genuinely walk around and have literally like, you know, $20, $30, $40,000 worth of product if you really are kind of going over the top with it. All right. Okay, clearly you just got a product from somebody. Hey, Angie, how's it going? Come on, I only need like 2 or 3 more transactions. Alright. That's fine. We can just do the 3 transactions tomorrow and that'll be fine. Oh, wait. It'll also be nice going to the warehouse versus wandering way out in the middle of nowhere in the woods. That'll be a nice change of pace there. Alright. I don't really have a need to do all these. This is the barn? Yeah. We got plenty of supply of everything. But it's just like, eh. I got these sitting here. My dealers are still doing their job. We can knock this out real fast while we're waiting and all that. There's so much room. Yeah, the downside is the employee limit means a lot of that room you can't really take advantage of. You can only have 10 employees. And they're pretty limited in how many tasks each employee can do. I do understand a big reason why they probably have that limit is for performance reasons. The more employees you have running around, the more like pathfinding and all that type of stuff. I do think it's one of those things that what they're probably going to need to do is when you're nowhere nearby, it just runs a calculation that says, okay, here's how much we expect them to be able to do. And, you know, it just kind of updates the shelves without actually pathfinding and all that. That's kind of the same cheatery that most games do, is when something's not near enough for you to matter, they can just kind of cheat the pathfinding, all that kind of stuff, to reduce the computational impact so you have better frame rates and all that. Because the end result is, it doesn't matter. And yeah, people find ways to cheese it when you do that, but who cares? All right. Let's see, the limit on work was actually higher day 1, but it caused crazy lag? Yeah. That's like exactly what I was thinking, is they need to do some optimization around that. Because it is one of those things that, like, you've got these big locations and you just really can't take advantage of them. It'd just be way too laborious. Alright, we can go to sleep. Alright, we got our money laundered. It'll be one of those things here in a minute that, as long as I don't spend a bunch of money, when we launder money the next time, that'll be enough to get the warehouse. And that's because we're still getting the money from the dealers, and even though we're not getting the end product made here the way I want it, I am making the precursor stuff, which I think is good enough, because more than likely I'll probably end up breaking down a lot of the stuff here and moving it to the new location. Like I said, I do kind of want to go into the cocoa and all that. Just to proceed from one thing to the next. All right. Because I think the things that go away, and I don't know, I haven't done the cacao, so don't spoil. I imagine, oh no, actually, these have a recipe you set to them. So it could even be that all this is the cacao or whatever, is the same thing as the meth. We just have a growing phase involved versus, you know, just buying the stuff. So you have like, you know, maybe you save money on the initial materials, but there's an extra layer of production. Let's grab all this. All right. But as you can see, you'll end up wanting to get employees just... Well, those like little mini games are a lot of fun at first. You can probably imagine after your like 80th time doing it, it's different. All right. Yep, but I'm just processing that all to that phase. Okay. So, it is Sunday in game, so that's good. So we can drop the 6,000 into... So we can drop the 6,000 into our laundering. Tomorrow we can drop another 10,000 in, not counting what I get off the dealers. So we should be in pretty good setup. Which will be good. And I'll be able to get the warehouse. I'm excited about the warehouse, if for no other reason than not having to drive through that wooded area. Like, especially with the van and all that, where you can't really see hardly at all. It'll be way nicer to try and manage all this. Oh, I need to be going this way. Because I'm not trying to give stuff to any specific people now. We've got... It's almost like trying to deal directly in front of the police department's tough. Like that maybe you shouldn't do it. Cool. Alright, with that we'll be able to buy the place tomorrow. Oh, that's... Two of my dealers right there. So now I just gotta check on Benji and Molly, and we got all that dropped. Okay. You're dealing, but where are you? You are coming down the alley to my right. All right. So yeah, so after that, like I've got another $10,000. No, sorry. $16,000 on top of what's being laundered, and we haven't even been finished getting the money from Molly. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about when we get to the new location. Like I said, I want to lean into the new product just because it's the only one we haven't done. Oh, you're out dealing? Where are you at? You are just down the street. Just to try it out because it's the only product left in the game. After that, we've done all the products. So we can kind of exhaust that. And I'm kind of hoping there'll be maybe less steps involved in this one, just so you can take better advantage of the employees you get. But we'll see. We'll figure it out. That egg guy, they watch cold ones? I don't... What are you talking about? Alright. So we can go back, check on our production line. I don't think we fire any of the people. It doesn't seem like there's any consequence of... Oh, there is an egg drawing on the wall. Okay. I'm assuming it's a reference to something, like not the egg thing, but the egg thing looking at whatever is a reference to something I'm missing, which is totally fine. That happens all the time. Yeah, if we want to get the new location, we haven't done anything with the cauldron yet. That's definitely going. You're all running. You all have 30 seconds on you. I'm just not going to care. Next day. Never mind. I will proceed to milk out 3 more minutes. Have you seen what happens if you stand on the bus stop and spam jump? Oh, right. So where you can't actually jump? Yeah, where you can launch into orbit? We can do that real fast. Yeah, because there's a bug where you can't actually jump because of, like, the collision. And then when you move, you can then jump and launch into space. Ah. Yep. Unfortunately, I got stuck under thing. But yeah, it'll launch you into space. That basically, it's trying to make you jump, but it cannot... It can't because there's collision. And so once you clear from where you are able to move again, it does just, like, stick you to the ceiling. There's a couple other ways you could do that one. Yeah, no, I know Drongo showed that to Ultra and everyone, and I've heard about it a couple of times. I haven't done it much. But I mean, we are sitting here basically waiting on a timer here real fast. So all right. Honestly, I don't really care right now. It's like, honestly, I don't really care right now. We're gonna go ahead and just, because I'm gonna tear all this down. I've already got enough product out there. I would have to go through this whole production line to make that worth my time. I'm gonna leave that till I need to break them down. Because I'm gonna leave most of this intact for right now. We'll go to the new location. I'll start figuring out how to do the cacao and all that. And then once we get that set up where I have a clue of what I'm doing, we can proceed to take that to the next step farther. Alright, 10 more seconds. Then I can start figuring out, saying, like, okay, I'm gonna have this many of these, that many of those, like, trying to get a good idea. But otherwise, right now, I've got just a pile of stuff I'm not gonna actually use. Like, what I might even do is just, like, set up a bagging table or whatever, and just give it as, like, a cheap product for the dealers to deal with. Alright. So we should have the ability to drop all of the money we want into the ATM, the 10,000. And then the other stuff should clear any time now for laundering. Cool. But that's already enough for us to run over and buy the warehouse. All right. $50,000. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got over here. So I still have $8,000 in cash on us, and another $4,500 in the bank. And that's not counting where I'm going to put $6,000 into the whole thing going in there. Now, granted, at this stage, there's no reason for me to not buy the extra money laundering things as we go. Okay, so we've got all that. Yeah, so this is our new location. We've got a very large interior space to work with. There is an upstairs, like a little office spot. I did notice it does not appear that there is a bed here to begin with, which I'm totally fine with. Alright, so what we're going to start off by doing is we have a cauldron. I am going to message you. Yes, I'd like to order dead drop. Okay, where do I pay you off? By the barn, unfortunately. Alright, so we're going to pay them off. We also want to get, like, a stack of gasoline. And we're going to need to set up the grow kind of situation. You can place the bed on other location, it will still work. I don't know what you're... Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Like, I can grab a bed and move it over. I can sleep wherever a bed's located. I'll have to have a bed there to sleep, though. If you're talking about the employees, are you saying I can put, you know, use the bed here and assign them to a different location? Because that'd be really weird if that actually worked. Right, so I actually have a spare bed here. Because I actually placed more than I can use. Do we have growing stuff here? That's a spare packaging station. Alright, so let's start loading up the crap that I would probably want at the other location that I'm not using here. Okay. Yeah, that's all stuff I was not using here. We'll certainly want to go and switch that over to be better in the long run. All right. We know we will need gasoline as well. I'm not sure how much. Of course, I'd come by like right as we're switching shift. That's fine. I'm not gonna fuss with it. We'll come back for it. It's actually pretty annoying. Would you? I saw you lower it and then you raised it up again. Let me through. Because I don't think we can go around behind this realistically. No, because there's the cargo containers. You suck, police checkpoint. Well, I think after they searched the vehicle, they lowered the wall, but because I was backing up already, it canceled. Getting everything out of it is, I think, what happened, but I'm not super confident in that. So right now, I'm just going to shove these along this wall. Put the soil there. Put the random junk there. Yeah, I'm going to be backing out here again in a minute, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this real fast. Can't sneak down their stairs, right? I can. All right. So the other thing we're going to want is we're going to probably want a dedicated botanist again. We'll almost certainly want the better lights and all that, but we'll worry about that after we get things set up, basically. Worry about a lot of that later. I'm assuming we're gonna end up needing to do a lot of changes on like how much you have to do of everything. Alright, so let's go over here and get our supplies there. And I'm gonna need an extra bed and a botanist. And probably a cleaning guy. Alright. Oh, and I forgot to pay him back. It's fine. Yeah, so plan is we're going to get a cleaning guy, a botanist, and all that to start with. I'm assuming we'll need chemists and all that, but we're going to wait and see. I'll set up each thing as we come to realization that going, oh, I need that, oh, I need that, oh, I need that. Come on.
Oh.
I'd like to hire an employee. What are you looking for? A botanist. I would like them at the dock warehouse. Deal. Cool. I would like another employee. A cleaner. At the dock warehouse. Deal. We don't know what else we're going to need for right now. I mean, okay, take that back. We are absolutely going to know we need a handler. Want to hire employee. Handler. Dock warehouse. Alright, we can run over here. Because I would like to immediately escalate to getting a brick press. We'll want the mixing stations. I'm not going to fuss with that right now. Because that's the thing that's going to handle itself, I think. The full spectrum light. Yeah, I can worry about that later. So yes, that's the brick press. And go ahead and spend that money. All right. And again, I don't feel like dealing with this, so I'm going to pull off the side of the road here. Just walk around. I didn't buy the freaking beds. 1 second. You know what? It'll be faster if I just go like this. I need to buy at least 3 beds. We'll say 3 beds. Yeah, I don't care. So 3 beds. I didn't get the gasoline yet. So that comes in a stack of 20. Let's say 80 for now. That's probably overkill. Cool. Let's do a quick loop around since they're walking up there. All right. Kind of trap myself over there just a little bit. So let's see if they move that checkpoint. That's just still sitting there. Yep, that's kind of what I was hoping, is that they would move that checkpoint, make me not have to worry about it. So do you open on your own? Actually, let's keep them all together for right now. Okay. Worry about a lot of that later. Drop you on the shelf. Put that here. Grab those off. Okay. Let's start assigning people. So you are the botanist? Yep. So let's grab your bed is up here. Your supply shelf is over there. Oh, I haven't put down the buckets. Yeah, I don't want to get better buckets later. I'm not too fussed about it right now. Okay. It's interesting that you can add the additive to grow things quicker, unless the cocoa is like really, really slower growing. That, you know, you really need the boost in growing speed to make it worthwhile. I don't see myself doing that very much. Alright, so you have your stuff, so let's get you paid to start working. I know it's late. But it is one of those things that they can start actually getting stuff done here. Next up, we got you. All right, we can get them paid. So you keep it clean. Alright, so we can't go to the hardware store to buy more furniture right now. In the meantime, I'll still assign you your bed. Alright, Darshar, you have a good lurk. Thank you for lurking. Alright. We can also go to you. And even though you can't do anything with it yet, here is your packing station. You're definitely going to need more shelves and all that. Honestly, I'm not probably going to do anything with these baggies and whatever. I'm literally just going to discard those. They're not worth much right now. I could deal with that later. Probably not going to use the manual packing stations anymore. I might regret that later. If I need the trash can... You know what? We can just put the trash can down in the corner for right now. We can move it later if we want. Okay, so that gives you a place for me to go. 9E. A destination. The shelf we've emptied. Add new route. That empty shelf to the cauldron. All right. And then add new route. The gasoline one. To the cauldron. And we'll need to get some shelves to deal with all that. Alright, is there other things we should be buying? So I need to get the shelves in the morning. We don't have them tonight. We will want the chemistry stations. Do I just break down my other location? So the problem is I can't get my money back for the for any of the other benches. We don't know what we need. All right, well let's not do that right now. Let's focus on just getting stuff done here. The botanist was doing everything they could. All right, so I'm just Oh, I won't be able to water the plants. I don't have what I need. It's fine. Just giving the botanist a head start for tomorrow. Okay. So that's fine. So no one's going to work anymore tonight, so let's go ahead and go to sleep. So we sold $12,000, almost $13,000 worth of product on our dealers last night. So I'm going to start by paying everyone's salaries. So you all do your stuff. And so I'm thinking we do here is I'm waffling back and forth in this. Let's start by getting the money from our dealers. And once we get the money from our dealers, we can drop that off for laundering. And we can go and buy shelves or whatever else we need. And we'll slowly expand that other location until we're happy with it. I'm going to honestly leave everything just in the old location. There's not that much money tied up in that location's equipment. And considering the amount of money we're making per day. Alright, let's quickly hit up the post office. But considering the amount of money we got tied up in that location, sorry, the amount of money we're making per day, having, you know, $20,000 maybe worth of equipment in the air place, not a big deal. Yeah, it's fine. That's close enough to full. Alright. So we still have 3 more dealers to hit up. And everyone had literally hundreds of units of, you know, of stuff to sell on them. So we shouldn't have to worry about running out of supply anytime soon. Alright, you home? And where's Benji at? Okay, Benji's home as well. Okay. Yeah, so any of the like chemistry stuff, honestly, until we get our next business locked in, very realistically, I'm probably not gonna have to worry about anything like that. Alright, so let's go right here. Because I happen to be walking right past this anyways. So I want to get the really nice shelf. Let's get 5 of them. I don't know how many we need. As far as the rest of this goes, I honestly don't care about any of the rest of this here. I'm just gonna grab that. Talking about trucking in the truck. Okay. And I have just shelves and that kind of stuff on me right now, so we should be able to go to the checkpoint just fine. Okay. So we'll drop this off and see what we still need to get going. My assumption is the cauldron will be the chemist. So we'll need a chemist to deal with that. And then I know we're going to need the mixing station. I don't know if we need the chemistry station in the middle. I'm going to guess we do. We'll worry about that when we get here. Okay, now that's going. Yeah, so those take a while to grow. So we're probably gonna end up needing a second botanist and better grow lights and yada yada yada. Honestly, with the botanist doing it, we can probably get the really good pots that they go really, really slowly. And in the meantime, what we could do is I can pay up our supplier so I can get more of the seeds ready. Yeah, so what we can do is we can start out by tonight when the warehouse opens. Let's get the big like UV grow lights, the really good ones that cost a bit more. And let's see if we can't get like the, I can't remember if it's like coconut fiber or whatever, aerating plants or whatever, pots. Because if we use those, I think it's like a 30% grow increase. And so it seems like that's why we need them, is for that purpose. Is over here somewhere was the, Okay. It's over here in the back of the church. Okay. Yeah, the fact that you make any contact with the sidewalk and it's just an abrupt stop is a whole big thing. Alright. So they're still waiting on the drop. I don't really have any product right now or whatever to deal with. Okay. So, we'll start by getting the 8 lights and the 8 really good flower pot things. And see how that works. Before we go and, you know, hire a second botanist and another 8 spots and all that kind of thing. So that's going to be a whole thing to work on and sort out. And honestly, any day now, we should get our next region unlocked. Which is like the suburbia or whatever. At which point, then I'll have the ability to go start trying to get more customers and all that. So I'll probably want to do is maybe go back to our previous... Well, no. I was going to say... I mean, we'll figure it out. I was going to say, like, try and get ourselves some new product to get in, like, individual baggies to try and acquire the new customers. Alright. So we got about a minute and 40 seconds. Because I could grab... Did I actually destroy those packing tables? I think I did. I either did that or I hucked them on a shelf. But then we can package them in individual baggies. I can always go by my dealers and just snag a couple of individual baggies away here and there when it comes to chasing the new customers. We'll see. But yeah, so my guess is we will need the growing stuff. We may need fertilizer to speed it up. That we'll have to figure out. We'll also need probably more than one cauldron. The cauldrons as well, like... I don't know if we will get a chemical that we then take on the next bench to do to the next thing. That's what I gotta figure out is the phases. And don't spoil for me, but like the phases we have to go. That's the reason I'm doing the approach the way I'm doing it. Is like, for all I know, 8 plants will support 1 cauldron. That I don't need a second cauldron. I might need 3 cauldrons for the 8 plants, and that still might not be enough. We're gonna figure that all out. I am looking at probably this time when it comes to the complexity of the mix, even if it ends up being nowhere near as lucrative, I'm not gonna do like we had the last one where it was like 5-6 layers deep. I'm gonna try to keep it where it's fairly straightforward so that when I go to get supplies, I just get 1 supply in a very large volume, and I don't have to deal with it. Because it just makes it more annoying to have to go through and buy, like, your 5 or 6 different ingredients. Even though I do understand you can make way, way, way more money, I'm honestly feeling like at the stage of the game, unless some new items come in that are worth way, or cost way, way more, I don't really see a need for it. Okay. I don't remember why I'm here. Oh, right. I was here for these. So we want 8 of those, and we want 8 of these. Is there anything else I should get while I'm here? We'll end up getting mixing stations and all that. I'm not going to worry about that right now, because like I said, I don't know if I need a chemistry bench. I don't know if I need more cauldrons or labs or what. So right now, we're just going to go with what do I know I need. That's what we're getting. Because I can always circle back for more. Yeah, I was doing the other thing, wasn't I? I was honestly curious if I blasted past them fast enough. If I could just not worry about it. Okay. The fact that stutters so badly with the vehicles is so disappointing. Those are the kind of things you feel like would be solved in just about, like, I would say solved in every game engine. Every game engine could do it without that problem. But you think it'd be something that would be so ubiquitously figured out by now that, you know, someone adopting whatever game engine or whatever, like that'd be a thing. It's like I don't know what game engine they used. Like, did they follow best practices, yada yada yada. I don't know any of that. Alright. Looks like Unity, it does. Yeah, even Unity though, like, don't intercept me at my home. Just be glad they have ragdoll physics. Alright. So to prevent them from planting another one, I'm going to go way over here. Okay, so we're getting the much better grow lights. So the crappier grow lights, we're done with those. So let's get grow them much faster. Okay, so those do take a pretty significant amount of time. Oh, also, get these out of the way. So basically, it took all the things they need to grow it. So once they harvest these, yeah, and that's the whole thing. But yeah, so once they harvest these things, then we should be good with a lot of that. Alright, so I'm gonna go sleep. Yeah, so these take way longer to grow is what we're learning. Go ahead and for right now, I'm gonna put a full stack in each of these. Just to keep them run for a couple of days without me having to manage them. This is not our initial stuff. This is a new product. We are moving up the production line. We started up here making marijuana, then we moved down here to methamphetamine, and now we are working on to cocaine. And by that I mean sugar. We're making sugar. It's definitely sugar. There should be nothing question about the sugar we're making. Alright, so I'm going to give him a minute to work on these so I can change the pots. Name the first one CIA. I mean, we harvest the plant, it disappears, and there's no naming thing, so no. I get the reference you're making, by the way, but not everything needs to be like... You mean the first drug? No, I'm not gonna name it that. We're already going with, like, the theme of they're all gonna be types of, like, sugar or something like that. Which is certainly not a thing that's going to be painful after, like, 2 seconds. Because I just don't know that many types of sugar. I get what you're going, Secret Squirrel. You'll probably notice that a lot of times I tend not to do, like, humor around those kind of things on the channel. Oh, right, that soil lasts for you know what? I'm still wasting it. Okay, so one harvest gave 9 leaves. All right. That's going to take a little bit. Okay, well, what I can do in the meantime is we're gonna do a round, get our supplies. So basically, we're wasting a lot of the fertilizer by just gonna be dealing with it early. But I'd rather just deal with it and get it done with. That way, because I'm thinking the growing more efficiency, losing the, what is it? Little, like, 30-40 bucks that I could be getting from fully taking advantage of that fertilizer per pot. It's like, I'd rather just go faster. So I'll launder that money, because we'll probably need to use all our laundered money to get places to launder money. Okay. Now that I think about it, with multiplayer, well, we all have our own, like our own, what do you want to say, not bank. Well, every one of the players has their own ATM limit. The launder thing would still be the one building. So it almost feels like you just have someone do the rounds to do that each day. Let's go to Benji, get the cash. This is definitely another thing I would like to see some more efficiency you could do about it. So this is co-op? It can be. Yeah, you can play co-op in this. I would like to see you being able to hire someone to manage your dealers kind of thing. So, like, they take an additional cut, but they'll walk out to meet your dealers to collect the money or whatever and bring it back, but then they take 20% off the top, so you're taking two cuts on top of each other. But then it frees you up from having to do this every couple of days of just running around checking on all your dealers. You'd also have them facilitate distributing the product to the dealers. I doubt that's illegal, but... Yeah, or you have, like, a dealer pickup spot that once a week the dealers drop by that spot or whatever. You think it'd be nice to utilize dead drops as a way to resupply without physically run to them? Yeah, that's another one I could go, is that the dealer has a dealer dead drop or whatever that you just drop your product that. Getting rid of our not as good stuff. Almost have enough for me to get to the next step in the process. The United Dealer specific one, like, just go to the dealer app and tell Benji that his resupply is at Taco Ticklers? Yeah. I could definitely see something like that. I think that thematically fit the game. And then by the time you get to the point that's worth you doing that, you're already far enough. You probably don't want to be dealing with the dealers one-on-one. There's a bunch of ways they could solve it. Okay. So we now have enough here to do this. So let's go ahead. Please stop. Let's go ahead and begin. Okay. So it takes 6 minutes. I'll need to adjust that later, but without knowing what all I need, I think we're just going to be lazy about it and just tag it. Because realistically, I could probably get rid of that trash can and all that. Yeah, so it honestly doesn't look like I'll probably need that many cauldrons. Like I said, I assume the cauldrons are a chemist thing. But I'm assuming we won't actually need too many cauldrons to make this even work. Just because they take 6 minutes, and these plants take way longer than it. And it took us three pots worth of crops just to get enough to run one process. And these things take what looks like pretty close to all day to grow. So this might be one of those things that we end up with just a ton of botanists running around doing their thing. Alright. It also looks like, honestly, with the faster grow stuff and all that, the botanists might struggle to keep up. Which I'm A-okay with, honestly. Because that means for the staff's wage, I'm fully utilizing it. So I'm getting every penny of it. They're not just standing out here in the parking lot 9/10 of the day. Yeah, the only reason those aren't getting filled is I am deliberately just leaving it unset until we get, Oh, I don't need to worry about... Well, yeah. I want to make sure we get everything switched over for the faster grow time, and I'm willing to take the loss in productivity in the interim. Yes, you're at 93%. Because I think it would be nice to have a simpler process here, but we just chuck all of it. I also imagine that for drying the leaves, I don't know if we would take it from this stage to drying the leaves to that. Because I'm assuming once we've done the cauldron, we're making it into whatever the next phase of the product is. So I assume to make the higher quality of the product, we dry things as an intermediary stage. Which then we gotta figure out, like, okay, can one of those shelves handle 2 of these? Like, what's the ratio here? Like, it doesn't need to be exact, but figure that kind of thing out. Which that'll also be tricky, because that's another thing the botanists will need to do. You know, which that being the case, it'd probably have, like, 2 botanists, 1 handles 4, and then however many drying racks. Oh, we could probably turn on the lights. That is a pretty underwhelming light, I'm gonna be honest. I see the giant light in the middle there. Okay, I guess it's just not a very bright room. That's fine. Okay, there comes the botanist by the time they're done with those 2. Alright. Okay, one last plant to do. Got a witch's cauldron here. Yep. We are cooking coca leaves. And doing all that stuff. Not a bad day's pay. Oh yeah, no, that's we're still getting most of our money from our previous line of products. That's the reason is like I don't need to keep this running. Because literally I had hundreds of units of product on my dealers. That's like this is just not a thing that's a problem right now. All right. So this should be a thing that's interesting. I'm willing to bet what's going to happen here is our botanist isn't going to be able to keep up with the 8 things with all this. And that the idea is here, if I wanted to get the higher quality, I would probably get a second botanist. We would split those plants between them and have some drying racks for each of them. Did you not actually give me that? It's fine. Oh, maybe because I'm picking them up before he gets to the shelf, it might be canceling it. That's fine. Yeah, so I think it just wasted all that effort and money on those ones. Okay, so you'll get all that planting. Okay. A raw base that's ready to be cooked. It doesn't tell me what machine it needs to be cooked in, though. So the possibilities are the chemistry lab or the lab oven. Oh, wait, come on. That's annoying that they're still standing there after curfew. Alright. So let's go ahead and pop over here. Let's grab a mixing station, a chemistry station, and an oven for right now. I may not end up needing all of that, but that's what I'm grabbing. I'm willing to bet we will need other ingredients. You love the detection sound? Yeah, as it slowly adds just like a little bit of stress onto you. Like, Okay, they packed it in. I'm assuming it'll be the chemistry station, which means other ingredients. No. Alright, so let's go grab this. Oh. Alright, so that appears to be what we need for that. Alright, so this is your supplies. You drop the leaves off there. That's the gas. Cool. Oh, I also need to go 9. Yeah, so you go there. Alright. So, you're the supplies to the gardener. You're the output of the garden. The hauling person will take it from there to the cauldron, where we get more materials. And then the cauldron doesn't actually have the output set to go anywhere, but we can set it here. So my assumption of what I actually want to do here is go to our person who carries the junk. You have 2 of these pointing to the cauldron, so don't do that. You have this one going to the cauldron. And the cauldron's end results... Oh, the cauldron's end results go here. And I don't need that. Oh, I don't need to do that. Because what I'm thinking here is what I'm going to actually need to do. Alright, new plan. You and you. Your destination is that rack. You and you. Your destination is this rack. You and you. Your destination is this rack. You and you. Your destination is this rack. Grandma. Your destination is, let's just go because we need that good for what we're looking at. And then all of you have your destination to there. Alright. So in theory, it should take all those over to there to get the quality upped. We will need a second botanist. Like I said, I think the way we're going to do the botanist is I'll have one botanist do 4 of these and 2 of those racks, and 4 of those and 2 of these racks. We'll worry about that tomorrow in game. Right now, I don't have any urgency on any of it. What I do want to do is wait the 2 minutes to see this result pop out and see, is there another step I've got to do? And my assumption is we assign a chemist here, here, and then, like, there. And whatnot. I'm also curious if we did something like energy drink, if you used energy drink, and then you used energy drink, and you used energy drink. Because I know you can double up some of the ingredients and stuff happens. I haven't tested what happens with any of those. It would be interesting to see some of the extremes that we can make happen. I don't want to get too... Like, I don't want to get to, like, our last building, where I had an army of chemists that just moved everything one slot over, and a bunch of handlers who were just moving from stuff from the shelf over. It would be nicer to keep things nice and simple on this one. And just kind of go more for, hey, let's make a pretty good product that we can just get out in bulk. And not have to do a billion runs for supplies. Okay, and you go to the 4th. Right, so the first 4 are occupied now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for bulk on this one and not fewer, many iterations deep. Because we already make more than enough money as is that, like, very genuinely, I'm not going to know what to do with the money relatively quickly. It could be that we run into later customers and they're so discerning on what they want that you kind of have no choice but to get more involved. We'll see as we get there. I'm honestly expecting any day now to trip to the next stage up in customers. All right, so collect. So we break this. Oh, it's just literally done there. Okay, so we basically take the chemistry bench out of the equation. So this replaces the chemistry bench. So then we could do a mixer here. That's only 10, so we won't fuss with it. And you're all growing. All of you need water. That's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and go to bed. No, in the game there's just cocaine. It doesn't really distinguish variants or whatever. Oh, shot caller. Okay, so we don't unlock a new area. There's yet another tier in between. Alright. Meanwhile, let's grab that. Start that drying. Okay, so the things we need is we need an additional botanist. That's going to be 1. Yeah, okay. So those, yeah, so 1 chemist can handle that whole line. So we're going to need a botanist and a chemist to handle what we've already got here. Alright, that's fine. So let's go bug our dealers. There's a good chance I'll end up needing multiple botanists. But right now, like I said, I'm just trying to set it up to be functional. And then once it's functional, we can start adding to it. We will want to try some mixers. I do think what I'm going to go ahead and do for this one is I'm going to take the time to grab like 1 stack of each type of mixer. And just run down the line and, you know, try, like, you know, go and do each individual mixer. See which mixer gives me the best results. Try combining that maybe with the one that does the second best results. We'll see. I don't want to make it too involved. I want to make it nice and easy. Unlike last... Why am I in here? I know I mentioned getting the mixers. First I want to get all the dealers... Oh, I was laundering over here. That's what we're doing. Alright. I'm going to literally just leave the other business just stationary where if I ever decide I want to boot it back up, we just run over. and just basically shove supplies in there and pay the salaries, and it turns right back on. Alright. I will say one downside of this game is Automod does not like half of what's going on in the game. Which makes sense. Outside of the context of this game, a lot of the contents of this game is probably stuff you don't want coming up normally in your channel. Obviously, with the game being what it is, it's totally fine. But very, very, very much, a lot of the stuff this game has in it is probably things you don't want to have day-to-day discussions in your channel. Just the whole bit there. Alright, so it's $10,000. Yeah, most of the time you ever play a drug game, you don't want Coke recipe recommendations. It wouldn't do me any good. Those, I've said before, for me personally, like, I'm not gonna judge people who, you know, they want to use various stuff. You know, obviously they have to worry about their local legality and yada yada yada. But for me personally, anything that screws with my perception and mind and all that bothers me a lot. Because, like, one thing when you had a little bit to drink and, you know, yeah, it can mess with your inhibitions and slow you down or whatever. But that's not that bad. But stuff like hallucinogens and all that, it's like, nah, man. No, it's not something that excites me or interests me in any way. You saw someone derusting metal spikes with Monster Energy drink? Oh yeah, no, that's been a, not necessarily Monster, but like, cleaning stuff using various, like, caffeinated beverages has been a thing for a long time. For example, like, people showed degreasing motors with, Diet Coke. They're like, hey. Yeah, no, it's got, it's acidic. It's actually one of those things, like, most things we eat are acidic. Like, not even, like, healthy versus not healthy, just in general, like, broadly speaking. Most things we eat are acidic. It's just the nature of the beast. Alright, so we're waiting till 6 p.m. to get things going, and you're gonna need more seeds, so go ahead and call that in. And we can go over here and pay off our debt. But yeah, no, it really feels like they're intending to have like a whole extra layer of stuff here that's just not in yet. Because we haven't gotten any new unlocks in a very long time. Like, we did get the unlock for befriending people, but as far as our rank unlocks, we haven't had anything in ages, like, of substance or otherwise. So that's a whole thing. Alright. Oh, here's a question. How much is the next business? The car wash? Let's do it. Purchase a business. Car wash, 20,000. Yes, 50,000. It took 20,000. Can you bribe cops? That's something they said they're going to be adding to the game. We don't have any timeline on that. But that is functionality that they have talked about adding to the game. For me, I find that wholly unnecessary in the game right now, but they're talking about having it where you'll have like cartel wars where, you know, they even allude to at the beginning where they blow up your RV. Alright. Where's my car wash? It's directly in front of me on the other side of the gas station. But yeah, so they talked about having like where you and cartels would fight and all that. Like other groups or whatever. Alright, do my dealers have more money for me to grab? They've got some. Because like I said, I want to hire a chemist, and I want to hire a botanist tonight. Okay, so you're not here, so where are you at? Okay, you're all over this way. Okay, so you're over here. Because right now, we're just using our existing supply. Eventually, that'll tap out, and we'll have to have something to show for it. Which that's fine, because, like I said, I gave them so much supply that it'll be good to just go ahead and knock it off. Get a lot of that lower value stuff out of here. Alright. At the same time, you can remove stains and clean stuff with vinegar, but it doesn't mean if you use it on your salad or something, it's going to do something bad. Yeah, and that's what I was saying is like almost everything you eat is acidic, not in a bad way. Just generally speaking, everything you eat is acidic. There's a very, very short list of exceptions, which are mostly used in baking for chemical reactions that still result in an acidic product, but you did use basic ingredients as part of the chemistry to get there. There's not that you don't eat anything basic, it's just a very short list. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, not saying Cork or Red Bull are particularly healthy either, but you know. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Let's see, can the dealers get caught by the cops? No, I've watched them, like, walk right past. Behind the casino. Yeah, it's fine, we'll go do that. Depends on the acid, you'd think? Well, right. No, don't get me wrong. Like, if you're drinking sulfuric acid or something like that, then yeah, that's going to hurt you. But the point is more, it being acidic in itself isn't a problem. Like, food being acidic and being able to eat away at metals and all that is not actually as big a deal as people would make it out to be. Because you usually have to soak it for practically ever to get the effect you're looking for. Right, so I need 2 beds. And I want to hire some employees. I would like to hire a botanist to the docks. Yep. Yeah, most acid not like from aliens. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. There's not. Yeah, your stomach is acidic. Well, actually, most of you is acidic. Even your blood is acidic. It's not acidic like aliens, where you know they splash blood and it just destroys things. But on the spectrum of basic to acidic, it is acidic. Yeah, no, your stomach's got some pretty aggressive acid in it, but it needs to. It's got to break down whatever you eat. If the acid in your stomach isn't strong enough to do that, well, it doesn't get done. All right. So let's go here because I'm gonna unassign you from 4 of these, so you no longer manage that one, that one, that one, or that one, and instead you manage this. And this. Let's grab you. You've got your bed. I'm also realizing this would allow me to split the supplies between 2 shelves. Right now, I'm not going to worry about it, but that's something worth doing later. So you're assigned to these 4. And that, and that. And get you assigned to bed. There's certain acids you like to avoid because they upset your teeth and stomach. Like white wine and apple juice? Yeah. And you can definitely get foods that are particularly acidic that not a problem for like a one and done or anything like that. But they are the kind of thing that way too much of can be problematic for you. Alright, so let's go ahead and give you a new job. Because what you're going to do is for this 5th shelf, anything on that 5th shelf gets brought over there. And then what's on here goes directly here. And then... Ooh, I've got you assigned to the 4th shelf. No, you're not. Go ahead and put that on the 6th shelf. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll eventually rearrange those to be easier to monitor. Okay, so with that, we'll want to get the chemist and all that to get their money. Game frozen. Oh, there it goes. Game hung real hard for a good minute there. All right. Probably go in here, top everyone off. All right, so it is time to start sciencing. Let's go to the gas station real fast. And I want to buy like 20 of everything so far as the mixers. Just enough for a full stack of everything, just to kind of get a comparison of prices. I can't. Okay. Yeah, let's go 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, and 20. Alright, so that's too many. Right, because I have the skateboard on me. Yep. Was there lag? Yeah, no, it was just for a second there, the whole stream froze. Like, it even froze, like, the game froze on my end, so I think literally the game just hitched and it froze OBS for just a second. Oh, no, it's doing it again. Alright, so the game might be crashing. Oh, wait, never mind, there it goes. Yeah, no, I think something's happening with the game that it keeps hanging. So let me go ahead and hit the save button. Just in case. I am trying to bring in my task manager so I can watch my CPU real fast. So go ahead and put that up there. And all that. Yeah, no, I think it's on my end. It's not your end that things are messing up. Something is happening that is making the game upsetty spaghetti. So we are like, it is on my end, like on the computer itself, not Twitch, not internet, whatever. The game is hanging, and then when it does OBS hangs, I'm trying to watch the system resources. It could just be there's something weird going on the map somewhere, like two vehicles stuck in each other, and when I get too close, the whole thing kind of hitches for a moment. Of course, now that I'm monitoring things, because, like, things are not too bad. CPU is not getting that heavily utilized, memory's not getting heavily utilized, disk is not getting heavily utilized, network's not heavily utilized. GPU is not honestly being hit very hard. If it keeps hanging like that, though, that will be a problem. What I'll probably do is when we finish this in-game day, I will very likely quickly exit out of the save and reload the save. Just in case, again, that there's like two vehicles stuck in each other or some other thing going on. Because we've run into a couple places in this game where we've had like really weird performance hang and hitches. Alright, just check in. Alright. Oh, you actually got something done. Aspen Coke, energizing. Or Aspen Cake, energizing. Man, I don't want to go through the names. Like, that's the whole thing. I've gotten fatigued on naming thing, but also closing the game would be even better. Yeah, no, like I said, once we save, we'll do that. The other thing going on is my AC has probably put itself into like eco mode and be like, let me save you money. It's like, I turned that off. I turned it off with intent. It's way too hot for you to do this to me. Give me that air conditioning. Sugar names? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I'm already going, there's gonna be too many names. I'm just gonna leave it as the Aspen, whatever. We'll, I'm just not gonna bother. Like, if it's a name that's, like, really cursed or whatever, I'm gonna leave it alone. But other than that, I'm just not gonna bother. Why are you not... Oh, you're busy with that. Yeah, it's one of those things, it's like, there's a literal fatigue with continuing to do that. I keep hearing a gunshot out in the distance again and again. Alright, so you're gonna finish watering. And then you're done for right now. Go investigate? Well, the problem is it only happens once every couple of minutes, and trying to figure out where it came from that is not going to get me very far. Like, if it sounded like stuff was just popping off. Alright, so we're going to take 2 seconds, chat, real fast. I'm going to exit out of the game real fast, since we just saved, and just reload the game since we're having that weird hitching problem. It's the first time I've run into it. I'm just going to assume something got squirreled in the game. It is a game with a bit of jank in it. And so that has happened. Like, we had to, for those who run into, like, your, having your AI people work on stuff, there's a lot of times you have to, like, exit your save and reload your save, and then suddenly things work again. Let's see. Your big gripe right now is we need to sort of we need a sort of criteria under the product manager. We need an in-game notebook to write down mixing machine recipes because it's a lot of product. Yeah, no, definitely. I feel the entire product page needs a rework. Like the product page as it is an exercise in frustration. So if we go to this is what we're talking about, like this thing, this monstrosity here, this needs a rework. If I click on that, which is my end product, instead of it being like it takes this plus that to that, instead of going like that the whole way, give us a thing that shows me like start to finish the whole way over. Say like, hey, you start with this. You can do like, and if there's like multiple paths, then you can have where it branches out and then branches back or whatever. Just let me see this product all the way start to finish. What I got to do it on one screen. For all these, where the only information I have is it favorited? Am I selling it? And what does it look like? I need something more useful than that. Give me the price here. Give me the name here. Give me the addictiveness here. Like, find ways to do that. I mean, realistic, would you stop shoving me in the corner? I mean, more realistically, what they need to do with this page is somehow have, like, folders or whatever to these, you know, categorize them or something. I don't know what they're going to do with this, but this page sucks. There's just not really another way around it. That page sucks to interact with. Why are you not actually drying? You are assigned to them. Why are you doing stuff through the other people? Yeah, sorting featured a whole lot. So like that I agree. We've called this, the things I've called out is this page needs love. This needs a rework. The other thing is the clipboard to assign people. Instead of whatever this is, I would much rather we could either just like this honestly, the destination from here to there, that's honestly okay. But it's primarily the routing on your handlers. It's like, okay, but I'm going to have 5 routes, and then there's no way to see where the actual connections are. And it makes it really hard to actually go to your stuff and see what's happening. Alright, so they're starting to dry all that. Okay, so that should be managing itself for the moment. What we could do in the meantime is we'll do a round checking on the dealers again. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, no, I agree. So I'm looking for X feature. Yeah, so like if you're trying to go and you're like, oh man, I'm trying to find this person. They want something that is energizing. That I could click on energizing, it would show me only the items that are energizing. And then if I click on the item, again, it would give me the start to finish. It's like, okay, you start with OG, then you add this, then you add this, then you add this, then you add this. Again, make me discover it. That part's fine. Like, I'm down with having to do the discovery and that part. That can be interesting and fun. But once I have discovered it, don't make me have to sift through the pile to try and figure it out. Okay. And so you know a person who forced their ISP to fix the routing to get a ping better? Oh yeah, no, I mean, I didn't do exactly that. I was running into a problem with inconsistent internet. This is before streaming and all that, back when I was on, like, cable with Spectrum. And it kept sending out people running a new line, replacing the modem, not getting anywhere, running a line, replacing the modem, not getting anywhere, running the line, replacing the modem, not getting anywhere. I'm like, you've been having problems with this again and again. You can keep replacing that line. It's not the line. And so finally I got frustrated because they literally wouldn't listen. No matter how much is like, no, look, we've tested this like 8 times. I'm over this. And so I started like ping graphing with like routes to, you know, from like the internal of my network to out like to the first jump, out to like Google, out to like whatever. And I ping graphed all of that. And it's a whole thing that after running those ping graphs for a little while, I basically wrote up an email that's like, hey, here's the deal. Where I'm at here, we have a law that basically determines that for you to qualify as having provided a service, you have to be able to provide it to at least a certain percentage of the time. You are failing to do so. Which doesn't mean I get a refund. It gets prorated. And it's like, you can fix this, or I can start bringing this up with everyone around me that they are owed money from they should be prorated down this amount. And it ended up being something that's just affecting me and a couple of houses next to... No, actually, that's not true. That was the one that was out at the street. There was a separate issue that was just like me and a couple of houses. But basically, it's like, if you don't resolve this, you are going to have a legal mess. And like showed them the ping graphs of like how I could like determine the exact spot in their network that things weren't working. Like I couldn't see what the actual devices or anything were. Just as like, hey, I can see where I go out to like my modem, and then that goes out to the next thing, and then it's the next jump after like we're outside of my house onto the street to whatever your hardware is. That something's broken. Like some junction you've got somewhere. And that time they didn't send one of their technicians that they underpay. That time they sent out like one of their actual engineers, and it took him like 15 minutes to sort it out. He's like, oh yeah, there's a little plastic thing outside here that they've got this connection card. I don't know what the connection card is off the top of my head. So, you know, you'd go from like your modem out to the street. That's where the connection card is usually just chucked under some plastic bin in your front yard or whatever. And then that puts you onto the loop. And it's apparently those connection cards like get fried all the time because they're exposed to the elements and all that. It's like, oh yeah, these burn out all the time. Like the technicians are trained to deal with this. And I'm like, all right, well I had like 6 or 7 different people out here, not one knew anything about this. Despite my pleading saying, hey, it's not the cable, it's not the modem, it's not my network card. I can prove that it exists outside of these. Because the time I go down, I could still communicate with all of the other stuff the step before that. Yeah. No, it's just, so you do occasionally run into a very knowledgeable, like, technician that does actually happen. It's just, unfortunately, I've had a lot of the techs I've interacted with ISPs, just the regular techs, not the ones that, you know, have worked their way up a little ways and gotten all that. A lot of them are really not great. And part of that is some of them, they're like limited to being forced to follow whatever the whole spiel is, like, oh, we need to do this, then we need to do this, then we need to do this, then we need to do this. Okay, now we actually look at the problem properly. Oh, it was my dealer giving someone stuff. Let's see, you work for an ISP for the business size, chances are you're labeled residential, and the quality of level is generally you don't need that. Yeah, well again, this is before streaming and everything. And the issue was with Spectrum, to switch from a residential to a business line was like literally almost like $100 extra a month, and it's like, I'm sorry. That is a massive, massive uptick in my expenses just to get the quality we agreed with at the beginning. Which, like I said, I did the ping graph. I did the ping graph to be like, here, I can demonstrate that legally speaking, your quality of service is so crap that you would be obligated to give me money back for failure to provide the service we have agreed to. And it's a pretty low bar you've got to hit before that obligation kicks in. It was something like 70% felt like not providing kind of thing. It's some like ridiculous thing. I don't remember. This has been almost 10 years. So like to say they were potentially obligated to refund people part of their expense requires a colossal level of failure. Because it's also not for one day, it's over whatever like your billable cycle is. So if you're billed once a year, they would have to maintain whatever amount of it functions for the year. If it's for a month, you'd have to maintain it for the month. I'm gonna grab the stupid little claw thing. Because I notice there's a bunch of crap like piled up inside my place. I just don't feel like moving the trash can around constantly and reassigning the worker. Trying to get a residential agent to credit even $10 is almost impossible. Well, most of them can't. I've known a lot of people who work for, like, again, Bright House, Spectrum, Time Warner Cable, the company that renames itself every time it gets, like, worst customer service review, and they just, like, rebrand themselves because they think suddenly that'll make it better. Don't search me constantly while I'm doing this. Because I used to work AT&T resident service, you basically had to learn how to be a lawyer for customers. Oh yeah, you learn the lingo to get the higher ups corp or whatever you want to call them to play ball. Like I had to do that in IT. You'd like every different one, whether you're calling like Hewlett Packard or Dell or whatever. It didn't matter which one, but they all had like their own. Okay, I want to be on. I want to be on level 3 support. I want to be on whatever support, that kind of thing. Like, they all have different terminology for it. But you'd learn the lingo, so you would have a call into Dell. And this is again, because I worked the IT side, and I had to constantly get computers fixed and all that, and if you had Dells, you dealt with Dell, Hewlett Packard with all that. And it's just one of those things, you'd call them and you'd be like, hey, I need to talk to level 3 support. And as soon as you said the correct magic words, you didn't have to go through all of the headache. You just got bumped right up immediately. Because like that was a way of letting you know it's like, hey, I've been on the phone a bunch of times. All that's gonna happen is if you keep me here, is I'm just gonna get pissed off. And it's not your fault, individual technician. It's just, this is my 1000th time calling, and I don't want to deal with this. But I used to know Hewlett Packards, I used to know Dells, I used to know Compaqs. Who else? There was another one in there. Not computers, but network equipment. I used to know the one for Cisco. Networking equipment. And 3Com. Most of our stuff was Cisco, but we did have a single piece of 3Com hardware. Yeah, I don't know if it's our person who's taking out the trash or just spawned with all this. This is becoming a bit much. Okay, curfew should be in effect any second now. Oh goody, we're actually making more. Alright, so we're finally hitting that point where we're going to start seeing this stuff come through. That'll be good. Oh, are we going to have a problem because... You'll be of a different quality? It's fine. If I have to, I'll grab a thing of baggies and we'll bag it, because I'm pretty sure I still have the packaging shelf. No, the chemistry station. I'm not going to need that, so it's going to go in the garbage. Yeah, it can make like a packaging station so it can baggy it by itself. Unless, was this a... This might actually be a mix of the lower and the higher quality. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so all these are drying at the same time, so they're now dropping them all off on the shelf. You're not an HP fan? The old time could not keep up with the times. I mean, HP nowadays, I have no idea how relevant they are. I do know for a good while, like, HP was pretty solid. That was around the time that, like, HP acquired Compaq, and, like, that's kind of really where things, to me, started dropping downhill for HP. Not because of Compaq, but rather just as a result of that whole thing. Like, HP's quality was going downhill, they were cutting corners and making acquisition, and then everyone they acquired started, you know, their quality started taking a hit. Did you actually leave yet? Yeah, okay. Because I figure while they're doing that, I'm just cleaning this up real quick. Compaq, haven't heard that one in a while? Yep. And once upon a time, they were a real big name in the consumer electronic space. So, especially laptops. Like, they were kind of not your budget laptop, not your high end. They were like, you know, a decent home laptop. You know, good for like taking to college, that kind of thing. All right. Could it run Doom? Yeah, I mean, like, Compaq existing was way, way after Doom. All right. Yep, so you got 1 minute till that's done. Oh, man. Okay, so it's looking like 1 cauldron may not be adequate. We may be in a requires more than 1 cauldron type situation. Alright, and there's a good chance I'll have to take this one and whatever comes out of there and baggy them. Alright, and for the next in-game day, I don't know why they have an order limit price-wise when you're already restricted based on no more than 10 items. Where'd the chemist go? Chemist? Yeah, chemist? Oh, there you are. Where were you hiding, man? And then you'll get that going. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to Got to grab that. We'll have to grab the other ones, we'll baggy them up. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure I just straight up threw away the stuff for baggying. Yeah, so I didn't want to do like a full clean. I was just getting tired of all that garbage in the corner. And figured I'd just have this on hand. For if there's other stuff. So we can drop you here. And we can go and get a bunch of single bags. Well, I wanted to make sure you got all that set up. Yes, these seem to run close to the same time, so it does seem like it's a one-to-one relationship between those. But it does also seem like I am able to, I'm able to get the leaves way faster than I'm able to process them. I mean, I guess in this case, there's really not a reason for me not to go max quality. Like, it's not needed. But, like, this doesn't look like it's backlogging on it. We'll see. If it does start to backlog on it, you know what? I mean, I changed my mind already. Let's keep it like this, because I'm going to get more of a mix. I don't need the maximum quality yet. I'm sure eventually we will. That's fine. Alright, so everyone's going to stop doing work once this one's done watering. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 90 stream streak. Catch the last 90 streams without missing a single one, so I do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff, because it'd be weird if you were here and you weren't. So I'm going to go quickly and let the next day start, so that way all my little worker bees can do their worker bee-ness. Let me make sure they're all paid. And once I've made sure of that, I am going to step away to use the restroom real fast, because I need to do that. It's just what happens. Alright, so you got money, you got money, you got money, you got money, you got money. Alright. So, I'm going to step away for a couple minutes to quickly use the restroom and all that. I'm going to run the ad break a couple minutes early since I'm going to be away anyways. And I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. And I hope you've been enjoying some Schedule 1. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. So, thank you again for tuning in. I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wool. What? Thank you for being quiet, Demon Dog. You're really messing with my mindset. Keep the thread on one side of me. This is not good. All right, sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier? Okay, and we are back. So we got the little worker bees doing their little worker bee-ness down there, and I expect nothing less of them. Don't ever let me catch you not working. It'll go badly for you, I'm telling you. Anyways, so I need to pick up more supplies. Alright, so we got those two. I need to get baggies for them. Alright, Lexra, you take it easy. Alley behind the slop shop. Okay. Alright, and then the last thing I need to do is I need to. Actually, here. Let's go check with all of our dealers. Get the money. As we do pretty much every day now. So Jane is over here. Yeah, so Jane's meeting in the alley. Cool. And then Chad's over here on the left. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Benji's at home. You don't know why, but the long dark clip comes up too frequently. So it actually comes up. There's a handful of clips that do come up and you notice them more versus like a lot of the ones just kind of fall in the background. I have noticed the tool I use to play those randomly. Like right now it seems to be doing okay. But there's also been times where it seems to really get stuck in just a handful of clips. But I mean, the only way I can really work around that problem is if I take the time to do like compilation videos or whatever, and then just have it so I do that. But then every ad break is, not every ad break, every time I step away and put up the clip reel, it ends up being the same reel. So it's kind of one of those things that I probably should make those because they're good ways to promote my content. At the same time, it's also a lot of effort too. So it's kind of, I only got so many waking hours to do. Maybe it remains in your memory too much? Yeah. That's honestly not one of the clips that gets to me. There's actually a couple clips that I end up seeing enough times. I'm like, alright, maybe this clip goes away. Oh, right. We'll just go to the hardware store over here. I meant to grab, like, a stack of the little plastic baggies and, the packaging thing to deal with. I got two different qualities of the same product kind of thing. And I'm sure there's, like, different people, like, different clips, you know, maybe they find it grating or repetitive or whatever. Alright, because I just literally got rid of that. Probably should just do this. I got the shelf space. Like crap, officers, like officers on both sides of the road at the same time. Yep, okay, so this one's got 12 seconds, so we can go do our other ones. Yeah, because honestly, what do I spend my money on at this point in the game? Like, very genuinely.
Hankering for education, are we?
This is the full game. Generally speaking, if a game's got a full version out, I will play that on stream, not the demo. The awesome car? Man, but the cars in this game are so terrible to, like, just deal with at all. Yeah, it's early access. Yeah. You can make a random... you can make random to be fair, and always pull clips equally. The general idea is like the deck of clips. It only gets reshuffled only after all the cards are pulled. Oh well, I mean, I'm using a third-party tool. Like I don't have like an entirely custom software written and all that. That's kind of just it though. Unless you're gonna take the time to develop your own tool, I'm just making do with what's there. It's just a thing to basically like, it's just a thing to basically have it so, you know, when I'm away, it's not just in a away screen or whatever. That's a little bit more interesting than that. Just wondering how far the demo go? I mean, probably not that far. Usually demos tend to not include the bulk of the content. Alright, so for right now, I'm just going to shove this back here. Because then what I could do with these is when I'm looking for new customers, I can probably give these out with some luck. Alright, so you're working on that. For right now, I'm not in customer acquisition, so we can chuck that in the shelf. We're going to... I think it cost me 800 to cycle. Let's see if Jane's over here. See if we can't top off by just a smidge, so I can pay this off. Stream public with cotton candy? Yep. To set the botanist using drying racks, you hit 9 to pull out your clipboard. You click on the botanist with the with E, and then they'll have a list that's like stations they're willing to work on. You click on the little square up there, and then you click on the drying rack. I would show you right now, but I'm trying to stay away from the police at the moment. I didn't know you could pickpocket? Yeah. I don't do it very much because there's almost like an input lag from what I've seen, and I've been really bad at timing it because I only get to test it so often. Oh, but they don't interact with it? Do they have something they can dry? You have 1 on 8 pots and 1 on 8 racks. Well, oh, here's the thing. Do you have a handler bringing the whatever you're trying to dry to the rack? They won't go seek it out and collect it themselves. You have to manually go and take a handler and say, hey, put this here, or you need to have the botanist on the pots have the destination be the rack. That'll also work. So if you have like one pot pointing to one rack kind of thing, that'll work. Okay, so you're coming from over here. You try to have it, and well, I know going straight from the pot to the rack works. That's actually what I'm doing. But yeah, I can check. I obviously can't see what you're doing in yours, but I can show you what I got in a moment and see if maybe that helps. Oh, another thing you can actually do is, if you haven't saved and closed and reopened the game, I've had lots and lots and lots of issues where I'll assign stuff and it won't work, and I'll sit there and struggle and try and figure out, struggle and try and figure out, struggle and try and figure out, and then I just reload the save and everything works fine. There's definitely a lot of that kind of stuff going on in the game. Alright, so we'll call you. Yeah, this game definitely struggles with that. Alright. Sure. Aspen balls, it's fine. Right now, we're just gonna mix it with one of each ingredient, go through the whole list. Once we've done that, we'll worry about the next thing. You dunk 4,000? You can't. Literally, you're saying things that aren't doable right now. If you look at the dead drop thing, if I call that in, I mean, it won't let me because I got an order, but there's a hard limit that you can't go over 1,082, and it goes up a little bit each time until you hit a point that, yeah, no, all of them have a limit. If you check any one of these, if I order dead drop, I have a limit of $866. I'm not allowed to go higher than that. If we go here, so you see, I can do it to 770. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you just leave the money there. Never mind. That's what I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. No, I mean, I could leave that money. It'd be fine. Oh, now my botanist is deleting crops. It moves towards the shelf instead of the pot. And the herbs just poof. Yeah, just reload the game if you haven't. Like, I had weird stuff like crops, like goods disappearing and all that too. And then it's one of those things that usually the next cycle they fix it. It's early access, and for as fun as it is, it does have a decent amount of jankiness going on. Yeah, I do think today's stream on this might be where might be the last stream I do of Schedule 1 outside of collabing for right now. Just because, like, really what I'm getting at with this, like, we've already got the cycle set up, and I could scale it up. But it is going to turn to the same thing, and me just ordering the goods, dragging them in, ordering the goods, dragging them in, and then just doing the lap again. I would love to see... So you can order to deliver stuff. I would love to see to be able to put, like, a purchase order in. Like, you can say, like, hey, I've done enough business with the deliveries that I can have, like, a real... Yeah, exactly. Because, like, if we go to, like, the warehouse and all that, I'm just gonna quickly run over here real fast because it'll be easy. It's fine. If we check, like, the warehouse, for example, and we go in here and go, okay, let's look at our products. There's literally nothing else left in the game to get. We have got all thing. And you check all the hardware stores, it's the same thing. The only one I'm not sure about is for our seeds for the coca. There might be a higher quality seed. I don't actually think so, but there might be, like, a higher quality or different variety of seed, and I think that might be it. Which all that boils down to is when you mix it, you get different results. Which is fine. It's a cool mechanic. I like that mechanic. Yeah, so I'm gonna need another cauldron, probably another cauldron, another oven, and another one of these. And actually, you know what? I probably don't need another one of these. I probably just need another cauldron, another one of these. Because I'm making relatively good time. And I think that'll be balanced. I don't know what the maximum number of employees for this location is. The other one was 10. Right now we're sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So realistically, I think we can put another chemist in for 6. That'll get those 3 set up. My existing handler can handle that. Oh, yeah, I can go ahead and get that dead drop while we're waiting. Oh, well. And for the record, this isn't me being like, aw, man, game have no content. It's early access. Like, I've had a lot of fun with it. Just kind of tapping out on the content. And I do think it's going to be exactly like Supermarket Simulator in the, calling in the delivery truck every other day, and then, you know, hauling all that in by yourself every other day, and then, you know, meeting up the dealers every other day, and doing that all as kind of a manual process is going to very quickly get tiresome. Okay, so you got all that sorted out. Are you near done? Yeah, I'll just go to sleep. Because it's about 1 minute until all of them will stop working. And it's just over a minute, so, you know. $15,000 there. And everything starts blinking. All right. Why did you move that? You don't need to do that. That's fine. I mean, honestly, that might be just shy of even. Okay, so we can do our rounds to the dealers. Get the money. I actually checked a couple minutes ago. I was like, okay, it's the 13th in a bunch of places. Has the Pacific Drive update dropped yet? Nope. No. Because outside of that, I don't know what I'd want to do instead. It's a fun game. It's just an early access game. But I will say, like, you know, there's like a dime a dozen the drug lord style simulation games, and the absolute vast majority of them are terrible. Like, they lean into like being edgy and where, you know, you have to run around and beat people up to collect your money and kill competitors and all sorts of stuff, and that's fine if you're into that. But for me, it's just like, okay, we're going full edge here. and half of them are so janky that it's like hard to even play. And this one, on the other hand, it's really silly. It doesn't take itself seriously. They don't bother with like all that kind of stuff. They are gonna add like rivalries and all that, which I think is fine, like having like proper fights between your things. It's just like the one person not paying and you have to like disappear them kind of thing. That a lot of the games try and take way too serious an approach to it, and that's fine. I'm sure there's a demand for it. But for me, it's kind of one of those things that you're like, you know what, this isn't what I want. Like, I don't need every other game to be trying to present me with, like, some moral quandary. Versus this, like, you know, the characters skin-changing colors and they becoming a cyclops and their hair catching fire. Very clearly, it's not trying to be realistic. Alright, so let's go up here, drop money off at the beds, because we got plenty of spare. Because long run, I imagine you just probably, you know, max out those boxes so I don't have to deal with it for like 10 days or something like that. Let's see, preventing you from switching IP. You battled them for months, and eligibility to switch had passed. They held it up until you wrote, "We really want to try to resolve this friendly, but we ask a lawyer to ask the network's agency why you are violating market competition laws." 40 hours later, after putting in writing in a box, you got a phone call saying it has all been resolved. A miracle it was. So being a lawyer would be an actual solution. Yeah, and that was, have you tried Weed Shop 3? No, so generally speaking, I actually don't really get into any drug games normally. Like, one, because Extreme Gold, sure, why not? They're not really my thing. I'm not particularly into drug use or anything like that. Like, I don't have a problem with it or whatever, but it's not something that appeals to me in any way, if that makes sense. So I'm just not the target market for it. Like, this is an odd one out for me, just because the kind of silliness and all that has made it way more interesting. I probably wouldn't have even ended up checking this out if it wasn't for Kildrick, Snoot, Digwood, and a bunch of them up, you know, playing them and seeing them play it, and going, oh wait, that actually looks like fun. I would have written it off as just another low-effort drug sim game. And this one, for the record, it's got a lot more going on for it. That's part of the reason I was interested in it. The vast majority of them are like those really, really janky, low-quality simulation games where like people just fall through the map constantly, and, you know, you could just walk up to any wall, crouch and step backwards and jump and just pop through the wall and all that. And yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah, no, that's kind of the same thing I ran into with Infinity Simplex. Like, with my case, I wasn't getting any of the proper support that I need from Spectrum. I think it was called Bright House at the time. I don't remember. They changed their names too much. But it was basically the same thing as like, hey, you have this legal ticking time bomb that I am making you aware that I am aware of, and I am prepared to action on this ticking time bomb if you don't fix my expletive internet. Because at that point, I think also point and click mechanics instead of proper mechanics. In this game or in the other ones, kill the ISP and say I'm canceling, and cancel the service. You have the other ISP come over and hook you up. Yeah, no, that's. I hate that gimmick. I hate that so much with cell phones and ISPs and all that. Or like when cable was still a big thing and all that. They give you an introductory price, and then they give you like the jacked up price that no one's going to agree to if they can help it. And so you get the introductory price and they're just rooting on you for getting to like cancel and switch in, you know, 3, 6, 1 years, whatever the amount of time is. I can't stand that. I want to be like, you know what? I don't want your introductory price. I want a reasonable price across. It's the same thing when I go to like the store. It's like, I don't want to shop for the sale or coupons or, you know what I want? I want you to have like a good price just all the time. Like, I don't need you to go all the way down to the sale price and then sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. Just give me a fair price so you don't have to do gimmicks. Like, I really do appreciate companies that are like, hey, how much is this? Well, we could probably get $60, but we're charging 45, and then, you know, that's just our price. Versus, you know, this week they charge 60, and then next week it's 40. Even if I can get a little bit more money off, I don't care. I just want to not have to deal with that. DirecTV does that, gives you a 2-year commitment. First year is introductory, second year is the actual price. Oh yeah, no, I with AT&T when they first did, oh man, what'd they call it? Uverse. Because that was like the first time I was able to get a competitor to Spectrum in the area. And they had that thing where you had to sign up for like half the time was a discount price and half the time was the regular price. The beauty of it was I still got out of it because, you know, I got the introductory price, and around the time it was going to flip over, I had changed rules, and so I was going to be relocating and all that. And they're like, oh yeah, we can hook it up at your new location. And it's like, bet you can't. Here's where I'm moving to. And they're like, yeah, we don't operate there. It's like, oh, well, that's a real shame. Hey, if I'm looking into the terms of service here, if you can't offer me the service, then I have no obligations. Oh, darn. Didn't JCPenney try the fit? JCPenney's problem wasn't that. JCPenney's problem was, like, if you look at the marketing, you have your extreme discount stuff. So you've got, you know, your Walmarts and all that. Like your really, really discount cheap stuff. That's their whole gimmick, is that's the target segment they are. It's like, hey, what do I have? I have inexpensive. And then you've got kind of your premium brands. And, you know, that's straightforward. That's like going to, like, your fashion, whatever. They're going to be charging considerably more and yada yada. JCPenney chose to split the difference, and that is a very hard to market thing. Like, really hard to market thing. Police officer, that is not how you do an arrest. Look, Molly, you're not getting the day off, but, you know, that was pretty messed up. Let's see, so caveat that this is research by cable and internet companies. They did some research and found that people had a higher satisfaction overall with pricing overall in a promotion than just a lower pricing. You hate the... Oh, I believe that too. So Rage basically what Rage is saying is that even if it means having a higher price but then they discount it, that people are happier buying on the discount than if the price was just lower, but it wasn't technically discounted. And I fully believe that. There are so many phenomena when it comes to consumer behavior that run entirely counter to consumer interest. That, like, it's objectively worse. I've talked about that, I worked at a company that we provided educational material on software development and other technical subjects. And so one of the things that companies will tend to research more than literally anything else is price. And we were no different in the sense that we were like, okay, you know, here we are, like, we're charging X dollars. I'm not going to say the exact amount because honestly I don't remember. We're charging X amount. You know, and the thing that was mostly being tested was if we offered a discount, would we get more customers? But just an experiment, we basically set up a whole bunch of different prices so that, you know, we would kind of A/B test if I offered you like $5 a month, $10 a month, 15, 20, 30, like the whole thing. And some of those prices were well above what we were charging. And we actually found we got more customers, not more profit, like that was also true, but we got more customers in raw numbers by increasing our price. Now, there's a whole thing about that where people associate price with quality and yada, yada, yada. So by increasing our price, people perceived our, you know, product as being a higher quality, which it was, like, the highest quality product on the market at the time. But you get the idea that just by increasing the price, people were more willing to pay that price because it made the product seem better by not being as cheap. By underpricing, we made our product look cheap, even though it wasn't. But yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff. Like you hear how many people are upset about being like, oh man, games just aren't doing new and interesting things anymore. Look at those AAA games just remaking the same game again and again and again and again. It would be really nice if they would actually do something new and interesting. And then that exact same person turns around, not but a month later, and buys the latest Call of Duty that's doing the same thing it's done for the last 80 versions of Call of Duty. And then when there's some like new IP that, you know, a AAA company or AA comes out with that's doing something different, they're like, I don't know about that, and then they don't buy it. And then they get upset that the behavior continues. Or like how many people are upset about microtransactions, and yet people buy them in copious amounts. And you're like, yeah, you're really self-defeating here. And I understand there are people that'd be like, hey, I'm not going to buy the microtransactions, and they don't. We're not talking about in that situation. Just the fact that, like, in a lot of ways, consumers will absolutely screw themselves. Alright, so I got 1,000. I'm going to buy another lab oven. Oh, I can buy another bed while we're here. Boom. Hey, Mark, how's it going? And see, basically, people who could never afford the product or have trouble with actually paying it, you ran into that a lot. But you don't actually want a good portion of the time? Yeah. Transactions being a micro or not have to make sense. Are you getting a good value? Not because the company says so, but because the player feels like that. When are we going to get GPU microtransactions? Where you buy your GPU and then you pay extra to unlock ray tracing, or extra to unlock RTX, or extra to unlock like whatever codec or whatever. I hate this thought. That's like was it the CEO of Logitech who was like, eventually people are gonna want to just pay a monthly subscription for a mouse and not have to like buy a mouse all the time, which was not well received, to understate things very aggressively. And my immediate response to that was like, here, let me get you a deal. If you can get your crap to run right for more than Island Rhino, sure, for more than just like one update, then we can start discussing any type of thing like that. But right now, why would I pay you for the thing I already own that every single time you have an update, it stops working, and I have to go and like uninstall and reinstall a bunch of stuff? Oh, that's a weird design. Okay. What about all the necessary software updates for your mouse? Well, that's the thing that pisses me off. Is like, what is updating on my mouse? Do you know what I want my mouse to do? I want the left mouse button to do the left mouse button action, the right mouse button to do right mouse button action, and I've got a mouse that's complicated that has all the buttons on the thumb. I just want to make those like 1 through 0 or whatever. Like, I want to configure that mouse once and never change it. Ever. And I understand once in a blue moon, like, the operating system will have some security thing and they'll fix, and then drivers will have to be updated or whatever. And, you know, like, that kind of crap happens. But, I mean, let's be real. That is not a thing happening on the daily. I'm trying to decide in my head where I want to put the other oven. Like, there's tons of space. I've got tons of space, but it's just all of the locations are kind of not where I want it. I'm gonna put it over here. Let's go 3 tiles, and maybe that'll be enough that I can maneuver between them. You remember Rockstar genuinely talked about charging people per hour played for GTA 6 a hot minute? Yeah, that's always one of those ones that you wonder like what the position of the person in question in the company was. We got Aspen Balls Extreme Gold. Because, like, sometimes you'll have some, like, higher up who's just not into gaming. They have that one responsibility in the company they deal with, and they just don't interface with any of the customers at any point. That, to them, what they're saying makes sense. But to anyone who has any exposure to the actual consumer base, they're like, no, you don't understand. What you were what you were suggesting is completely irrational. Alright, so working on that. I saw that we left off with the cough medicine, I think. Alright. Let's do a store run real fast. Because sometimes, like, for the person not understanding the market, what they're saying might be like, oh yeah, no, it'd be totally reasonable. We charge them $1 an hour. Like, they would save money. And you're like, they wouldn't though. Like, you're not understanding. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slots. So this is where we'd have the next one. So 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. I'll be short inventory space by 1, aren't I? Nope. Alright. So with that, we'll have tested the... We'll test it with every single product we can get out there for a mixer for the first stage. And that'll be information that'll be helpful. But yeah, because I've definitely heard some really dystopian things going by people that it's easy to attribute to malice. That, like, the person's like, oh man, they're really trying to just screw the little guy. But then you go, it's like, no, they just... It wasn't actual malice. They thought what they were suggesting was reasonable. It's just they didn't know what the heck they were talking about. Yes, let us charge people a thing. Well, that's... If you think about... There's like leasing of cars. And the idea with the leasing of a car is instead of you buy a car, you own a car, or whatever... You basically pay an amount of money over a period of time that you're effectively borrowing the car. And then after a certain amount of time, you can bring the car back, and when you do your next lease, you can get a different car. And so for people who like to switch their cars all the time, leasing can make a lot of sense. If you're someone who buys a new car like every 5 years or whatever anyways, which, you know, look at you with all that money. Care to share? But if you are someone who does go through a bunch of cars, leasing can make a lot of sense. For 90+% of the world who you buy your car and you drive it until it's borderline non-functional, you know, maybe leasing doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because it costs you way more. But to people who they're in that level of wealth that leasing makes a lot of sense all the time, I could see them being like, oh yeah, I never play a game for more than 50 hours. You'd be like, hey, well if it's $1 an hour and I almost never play over 50 hours and games cost $70, well I'm offering my customers a discount. Obviously, that's very flawed logic. But there's a certain, okay. Yeah, exactly. Right, a person who doesn't play that many hours of a game, renting a game can make sense. It's not what I want or would make sense for me, but again, for someone who that's normal behavior, there's like a lot you can be like, oh yeah, that, for their use case, that makes sense. But yeah. Because the assumption of paying for the hour is you would not buy the game up front. You would get access to the full game, and you would effectively pay by the hour. Again, this is not something I'm advocating for. I don't think it's a good idea. Like, there's lots and lots and lots of reasons why I wouldn't want to do that. But I can see where people who have a different life situation, perspective, whatever, would assume that that's actually a reasonable thing. And honestly, it could be a reasonable thing, depending on their games they're playing. Because there are a lot of games that actually you don't put in a lot of played hours into. those aren't the games I tend to prefer. I tend to prefer the games I can sink thousands of hours into and all that. Right. And then they will continue to charge the game and you pay by the hour. Yeah, no, that's later though. First they got to normalize you paying by the hour. Once they've gotten that far, then they spin back and start going, okay, well now you got to pay by the hour, and now it's $10 to buy the game. And that's 15, and then 20, and then you realize you're paying $70 for the game and paying by the hour. And you just glare and go, how did we get here? One upcharge at a time. That's actually one of the things that there's been a lot of discussion that Discord's potentially going to be IPOing, becoming publicly traded for those who aren't familiar. And kind of a lot of us who depend on Discord for our communities, i.e. dang near everyone who streams, are all sitting there going, okay, it's not set in stone yet that it's happening, but it's probably happening. And realistically, being entirely realistic, when a company becomes publicly traded, things usually don't take that nosedive for a good couple years before, like, the investor pressure starts to build up about, okay, but you need to make more profit, okay, but you need to make more profit, and the proper nickeling and dime. IPO. P as in Paul. So IPO is where you become a publicly traded company. As in, you have stockholders who you have a fiduciary obligation to turn a profit for, and yada yada yada. To me, that's the point where a company like usually doesn't survive being a good company anymore. Is the moment your shareholders are no longer the people who actually want your product anymore. When you start getting shareholders that have nothing to do with your product, it's just about investment, that's usually the point your company starts to suffer, because they don't really care about the impact of what their changes are so long as make line go up. When your shareholders are people who actually genuinely care about your product, usually that actually works out very well. There's a grocery store chain here in Florida that they were very clever in that literally every employee who works there gets shares in the company the longer they work there. So even though there are a bunch of people who buy stock in it, the employees are the primary shareholder of the company. And so generally the company pays really well, it treats its employees really well, it treats its customers really well. Because every time a bunch of shareholders get together and start putting the pressure, being like, you need to make more money, the employees all start pushing back really hard. And they've still had some rocky things happen over the years. But yeah. Any time that there's like this big call being like, oh, hey, you need to cut your expenses and all that, the employees just push for a vote and be like, we don't want you to do that. We think that'd be bad for the company. And then it dies. Which is hardly the first company that gives the employees stock options or whatever. It's just in their case, you just get them. Like, they don't cut your pay and put it into stock as a investment thing. They just give that on top of your normal. And always the employees have more of the stock, generally speaking. Technically, yeah, all the employees could sell their stock in bulk and whatever and flip it, but enough employees are happy enough with the company that even when they leave the company, they just keep the stock. Let's see, many companies run that model here, in particular cooperative banks. In Switzerland, the majority of big companies run that way. Yeah, no, I think it's a good way to do, because it kind of protects you from, like, almost the hostile takeover type investor, where they just go in, they buy up a huge chunk of your stock all at once, and now they can start bullying your company around to make them do what you want them to do. And they don't, and it's, for the record, like, having shares doesn't mean you have absolute control of the company. It's just, if it is a stock that is a voting stock, because there are ones that don't have that control. Like, that's actually one that Facebook has, is the stock at Facebook. I can't remember, I think it's that Zuckerberg always has at least 51% of the stock or whatever. But, it's basically maintains control and there's no breaking. And there's a lot of companies that operate in that way, that the owners of the company permanently hold more than half of the stock just so they can't be ousted or whatever. But a lot of companies, that is a thing, that once the investors control more than half of the stock, if you start pissing off the investors, like not making enough money, they start pressuring to get rid of the CEO or whatever for someone who will. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's, I know there was rules change with a lot of the ISPs here in the US, because it used to be they could, charge you a disconnection fee, and it was like, it didn't matter if it was 1 day early, or if you're on a 2-year contract, it was, you know, if you have been on the contract for whatever past the grace period, let's say it's 30 days or whatever, and so you're at, you know, 23 months on a 2-year contract that you've got left, and you cancel, or if I canceled 1 day before the 2 years, both of them would be charged the $100 thing. We did get rules passed that they have to prorate that now, which is good. Which usually it's just, okay, if you have a 2-year contract that's supposed to have a termination fee, what percentage of the time are you through that contract? I don't know the exact method, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's the general idea. But remember, that was a big upset at the time, that the ISPs were all like, oh, well, now we aren't going to be able to do good prices for people. We're going to have to jack up the prices on everyone. And people are like, well, you're doing that anyways. Like, you didn't change anything. Let's go and grab more money from you. I know I already hit you up today, but that's fine. How are you doing on your stock? Actually, we'll use the app so I can check everyone. So you still have 200 units of the last product. So yeah, they're all sitting at about 150 to 200 units. You know they changed it now, but they did it where each month it was worth X dollars. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like I said, it's just they have different ways they calculate the prorate, but it comes down to the thing. Because I remember that was, was it T-Mobile? I can't remember which company it was. There's one of the companies that kind of got really, really bad public image for a little while because of, like, having those, you know, early termination fees. No, I don't think it's T-Mobile. It doesn't matter. But there's, like, you know, really bad reputation for those early termination fees. Ultra Monkey. All right, I mean, Ultra Monkey looks like it's got some value behind it. Considering if we look at Ultra Monkey here is almost as valuable per unit as this one was. So this one was $225 and had 5 stages of mixing. Whereas Ultra Monkey, it is like $20 less, $25 less or whatever. But it's got 1 stage of mixing. Both are 100% addictive, but, you know, way less effects. But the phones are honestly the worst when it comes to anything non-cell phone. So with annoying, considering landlines, taxes equal up to 50% of the bill, I would be surprised if it's nearly that high. What happened to the coffee theme? That was with the meth, and honestly, I'm just tired of naming them. There's just too many. You think you can change the price? Yeah, you can. The game doesn't give you much feedback on the price that I've seen, though, so you can turn it up, but it's kind of hard to tell what a good price is. But yeah, and as far as like half the bill being, you know, like 50% being taxes, that to me sounds like a significant exaggeration. Like I would expect someone to like show me that. Now I can see it being like 12% or something like that. Yeah, half the time I see someone mention the taxes that high and almost say a thing. When we actually sit down and be like, it's like 30, 40%, and you go and they're like, well, it's actually 12. I'm like, well, it's still a lot. It's like, yeah, but that's not what was said. It's because when you add up the bills and stuff, all the surcharges and fees for state and local seem to be 50% more in. Are we gonna do this? I think I've done this with you, Secret Squirrel, a few times on different things where you quoted something and then we looked it up and it was just not right. Phone bill taxes US. Taxes not wireless. We're talking. Not cell phones. My God, just give me landline. I'll just type landline. Landline. Because one thing you got to keep in mind is a lot of the companies got into trouble for presenting stuff as taxes that weren't actually taxes. Like AT&T lost a lawsuit with the federal government over presenting stuff as government taxes, and this is going way back, that were not actually taxes. These are all charges in Texas? Okay, so you're talking Texas specifically. Landline taxes in Texas. Options, cell communication, wireless cell phone. It said bill taxes. I'm not gonna spend too much time in this, but it is one of those things. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so the bill I'm seeing, it's 23 cents for city sales tax, 56 cents for 911 tax, $1.46 for state tax. The Universal Service Fund is actually not a tax. And let's see. Yeah, this is one of those ones, and even then, it's only 18% tax. And that was posted from, it was February to March. It was 18%. It's still a high tax, but that is apparently a Texas thing. No, so you don't pay to call 911. On your phone bill, there is a tax to support 911. Which county? We're not going to sit here and go county to county. Like, the taxes there were state, city, and federal. If you got some county thing, we have people who pay 8 for 911. I'm just going to go ahead and say I don't believe you, Secret, because we've had a number of times you've brought stuff up, and then we went and actually pulled up the numbers. Not with the phones, and then it's been garbage. So, unfortunately, I actually don't have high credibility with you anymore. Like, I get it, you get upset about the bills being high, and I understand that, and I'm not saying they're not high. Like, that's not even the argument. But when you exaggerate, you ruin the credibility of your own argument. And I understand you work for AT&T and that, but that doesn't mean you can't exaggerate. Because 50%, you'd have people, like, burning down the... Like, you'd have people burning buildings down at a 50% tax. Like, that is riot levels of tax. No, I know you do this for work, but you've also exaggerated about so many things in the channel in the past. So I'm assuming they're high, and that is an accurate statement. But 50% is just asinine. And it's also those things you could very well be getting told that by your customers. And here's a hint. Customers lie. If I've learned anything from working with customer support, customers lie through their teeth and should not be trusted. So it could be lack of central consolidation in service provided? Because you don't pay different layers of tax for emergency services? Yeah, no, that's the thing. And like I pulled up the bill, like we're talking county to county and all that. I'm sorry, I have difficulty believing that one. Usually I'll be like, I don't know better, and I don't. But in this case, we're talking, like I literally just pulled up where someone presented their bill and they were crying that the taxes on a Texas phone bill for a wired line this past like a month and a half ago was like 22% they were crying about, and it was actually 18%. So unless your county is charging an extra like 28% on the bill, at which point again, that's someone kicking down doors and police getting involved levels. How's that going for you? Oh, I guess it's going fine. Yeah, it's just, to me, it's just too far of a discrepancy for me to honestly believe. Oh, did I run out of seeds again? I probably ran out of seeds again. I did. See, well, in some situations you can see that completely happen. People that, that's the reason I have the hang up of being like, oh, okay. Like that would be one to be like, all right, I'd need to see the homework. And by that I mean like an actual like image of a receipt or whatever. Not obviously like, or some reputable thing like a newspaper or whatever. Yeah, you got like 20 times the amount of shells. Well, we're just starting this one. I've been deliberately doing this one slower. Just because I don't want to get into the situation we were on with the last one. Oh no, the taxes add up more than 100% of the price-wise. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely some stuff, like, yeah, with VAT tax and all that. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, taxes can get real high on stuff. That I'm not arguing against. But, like, the only way I could see a phone situation where the bill would be that high is if, like, the base price of the phone line was, like, what was being taxed against. But then there was some reason you got, like, some big, like, reduction and you were still taxed on the original price. That's not usually how it works, though. Like, so, you know, thing. So you mean if after 0 minutes message data, your bill would be technically roughly $6, $4 worth of taxes? Yeah, it was like, if it's some, like, weird, bizarre thing where your phone bill itself is massively discounted, and then you have a flat tax so far as the tax, where it is, like, $2 flat, or $3 or $4 flat, and then you somehow got your phone bill down to like $2, $3, whatever. I can see that kind of thing. That'd be a pretty big outlier, though, I would think. Oh yeah, no, that's the reason I'm not scaling it up. I don't have any intentions of scaling it up that high. I don't think I'd enjoy that. Like, if we could automate the purchase order and unloading process in some manner, that'd be a totally different animal. I would be entirely down with scaling up. But right now, where it just means I'm going to be basically warehouse operator. Yeah, no, because I would make the argument that in the event the phone bill was something like $5-10 to begin with, so like a abnormally low phone bill, I could then see the tax getting up to like 50%. I could see if we were talking like a very atypical phone line cost. But then I feel like the noteworthy thing there isn't the taxes anymore. The noteworthy thing that is an abnormally low bill. So I say, you see administrative situations where things the Secret Scroll described can actually happen. Is several layers of taxes compound on each other? Yeah, no, that's a thing. Like, don't get me wrong, you could have state, city, and county taxes and federal taxes. Which I did pull up a bill for Texas, and for the state, it only ended up being about like $2 bucks. I don't have it memorized. And then the city was like 26 cents. Now, don't get me wrong, it could be an expensive city, it could be an expensive county, but I don't know, that's just a really, really big margin for, again, I was looking at the same state. Because, like, you'd have to have a massive, massive difference there. I am walking in circles now because I'm forgetting what I'm doing. And again, like, people notice when you run into situations where you end up having discussions with the same people where stuff is claimed and you're like, I don't think that's right, and then you look at it and it's not. And I usually won't bring it up. And usually it's not like, it's not lying, because that would be overstating it. It would be exaggerations, is usually the thing. Alright, let's get these out to our dealers, 1 block for each one. But yeah, we can go ahead and move on, because the point here isn't to, like, beat up on someone. Because I also don't think I could look up a bill to, like, a specific city or something like that. I don't think people would be posting that. Nor would I want them to, because honestly, even looking it up during stream probably was something I shouldn't have bothered with. Alright. So you take that. You can have the Ultra Monkey. Oh, are you over here? Yep. You can have the Island Rhino. Because we're going to get them switched over on their products. Okay, so you're over here. Alright, you can have whatever the next one was. Yeah, I'm gonna have to scale up production a little bit. Which part of that was I need to... Like, I've been dropping all of our money into the bank. Even though, like, I'm sitting here going, but what am I gonna buy? Because, like, I can buy the shelves and all that. Those aren't expensive. Alright, Molly's dealing. Okay, Molly's straight ahead of us. And I do apologize, Secret, for, like... I don't know, just... I end up hearing a lot of exaggerations and I get frustrated with it, so... I should not have gone that hard on it. Did you get out of line of sight of the police for a second, Molly? Let's see. So you got the final. Let's get third coffee out of here. Okay. Let's see, Rual, what do you think of the Switch 2 getting some NVIDIA broadcast stuff and mouse support built in? I will be honest, since I don't console game, I actually have completely not paid that much attention to it. I do know that a lot of people are up in arms over the price, but I'm kind of in the, you know, I'm pretty indifferent on the whole thing. It getting NVIDIA broadcast and the ability to, like, stream and mouse support or whatever, I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly good. Do I think a bunch of people are going to start, like, streaming out using NVIDIA broadcast or using it for noise canceling and all that kind of functionality? I don't think so. Maybe? It's not something I'd expect to really be a big thing, but I also don't know, because, like, my last console that I technically owned was an Xbox 360, which I only bought because I was developing software for the Xbox 360 at the time, so I kind of needed it to do that. Which that project ended up falling through, so I didn't even actually end up needing it. But at the time, the belief was that I was going to need to do that. The cops are coming. Oh, that's not what I want. All right. So we already did that one. Yeah, like there's definitely a point in the game where nothing new comes your way and you just kind of grind. The neighborhood seems nice now. There's distinctly a bunch of people who are a little bit different than the others. How's that inventory looking? No, you don't have the availability. Let's see, why do you need the laundromat for nothing? Is there any consequence if you put too much in the bank account? It literally won't let you. I mean, actually, apparently I can right now because... Yeah, so I just maxed it out. So now if I try to deposit more, it literally blocks you. The implication is that if you know, put too much in there, you'll get caught. But like the practice thing, it doesn't really matter. All right. Okay, trying to offload some of this. Apparently I can give stuff to my dealers and not have to worry about getting spotted. Can you partake in your own stuff and set your hair on fire? Yes. We did that the other day where whatever it does to them, it does to you. Which apparently can do stuff like some of them can make you run a little faster, jump a little higher, that kind of thing. But then, you know, each time you're doing it, you're effectively deleting $200-300 or whatever. So it's like, okay, you can do it, but It sounds inefficient. I'll just take the last 1,000 to keep paying payroll. It's not a little 3x faster or higher. You can totally do 2 times as many deals in a day and less cut than the dealer takes. Yeah. Can you buy the car dealership later on? The dealership, no. I can buy cars at the dealership. But the dealership itself, no. Only certain businesses are for sale, that kind of thing. Alright. Let's go look at where everyone's got their stuff, because I'm pretty sure all but one of them had money set aside already. I mean, they do. We'll drop that in there, that in there, that in there. Yeah, part of it is I'm putting all the money in the bank, so I'm not actually growing the business. I'm just growing my bank account. What I should be doing is keeping some of the money as cash, so I can continue things going. I also need to get more seeds, which I forgot about. I can deal with that in the morning. Yeah, the taco shop is the biggest one at 50,000. Alright. So we do another round of collecting the money from the dealers. And I'm just not going to put in the cleaning right now. Like, it's just, I don't need the money for anything. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, okay, I've got all this money coming in, and about the only thing I could do is I could buy the fancy car. Yeah, like, literally I can buy the most expensive car, but I actually don't like the cars in the game. Like, I actively don't enjoy them. And so, I can go over and buy the last business just because. So I'm kind of head scratching what the heck I do now. I feel like I've tapped out the content here. Like I can grow my operation there, which is what I would end up doing and probably what I will do. But yeah, no, it's gotta go to the business. Taco Ticklers. Yup. So I now own all the businesses, all the locations. I still got 12,000 in the bank. And I'm making roughly 10,000 a day, give or take a little bit. Some days they'll be as much as like 15,000, sometimes they'll be a little under 10,000. But I'm finding at this point, my entire play cycle is just run down all the dealers, collect my money, occasionally resupply the dealers. The problem with the taco shop is it only operates on Tuesdays. No, it only gives like a very small percentage on most days, but Tuesdays it gives an incredibly large percentage. That's all. So like only does $1,000 every day, but Tuesdays, and then Tuesdays it can push through 20,000 in one day. That's not a real thing, but would be hilarious. Yeah, I can withdraw money from the bank if I need cash. The catch is putting the money back into the bank. I have a hard limit. That's one of the slowdown mechanics of the game, is that the rate you can get the money into your bank account has a very hard limit on it. That early on in the game is a bit of a pain when you're trying to just use nothing but the laundromat. But once you get to like the second and third business owned, it's more of a mild inconvenience than anything. Yeah, so what we can do is when it hits nighttime, we can get the cauldron. And honestly, I don't think we need a second mixing station. Yeah, because we need the cauldron and we need another chemist. So I'm going to go pay you off. Did I not get the money from one of my dealers? No, I got the money. I must have hit them up pretty quick. Yeah, so Molly's genuinely getting low on supply. So let's go run over here. Because I forgot to pick up my other stuff. Let's go grab our next brick. Bring that over for Molly. And that person was taken. It happens. But yeah, so we need to get the chemist. We need to get the second cauldron. And I really need the guy who is the one giving us the seeds I've been buying. I really need to make it so I can meet up with him, just so I can buy a full stack of them, and not have to do this, like, you know, one batch of seeds at a time. I do think by the time you reach the third contact, even though it makes sense in the game as it is, I do think they could probably just let you bypass the I see. Yeah, so you don't actually have much on you, but I can't give you more right now because your inventory is full. You just keep spam ordering, he'll do meetups. Like the more you buy. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. I personally feel like once you're on the third one, it should be like, oh yeah, the other two dealers, you know, already vouched for you. So don't worry about it. We can just go straight to the meat point. Like, we don't need to go through the whole hassle. Like, don't get me wrong, we could sit there and do this, like, you just chuck a bunch of money in there and just do call after call after call, and that'd honestly probably be the right decision. Big thing, I've been putting too much money into the bank. So there you go, because those are all saying they're not working, which is what made me notice there's a problem. I was dropping these on the 6th shelf, I think? Actually, I can check. Yes, they're going on this shelf, I believe. Does this game have expansions in other cities and areas? I have not looked at the roadmap. I do know they have a lot of extra content planned. I don't know what that extra content is. Is the way I'd put it. Like, I know they've talked about where you could be raided by the police or other cartels or something like that to give you a reason to want to have weapons and all that. Which is a little weird that the police would raid your location and then, you know, that not be the end of it kind of thing. Because, like, once the police are raiding your location in real life, you're relocating, even if you manage to ward them off. You're relocating because they know where you are now. But video game-wise, that wouldn't work very well. I do think, I do agree that I don't see them having multiple areas so much as expanding the existing area. I mean, actually, it depends. So if they're running into, like, serious performance issues with the number of people or something or other, that could be a potential reason to need to do a new area entirely. But, honestly, yeah. Bribes are a coming mechanic to avoid relocating. Gotcha. So, like, oh, I could see that. They have, like, a heat gauge on you or something like that, that as you're doing more and more in the town, you build up heat. And that you effectively have what I'm going to call the cop tax. That's, you're bribing them to reduce the heat again. And so it's probably one of those things that just dealing in general would give you, like, a very slow, negligible amount of heat. But at the same time, you know, if you're getting in combat with police officers and all that, you get very quick, high amounts of heat. You know, give you a reason to play the game in different styles. You know, the police rage. Well, I mean, yeah, GTA is definitely over the top with a lot of that. I mean, the police in GTA do not function remotely like actual police in so many different respects. Alright. Unless one of you is sitting on a lot... Oh, actually, never mind. You are sitting on a lot of money. Okay, I was going to say, unless one of my dealers is sitting on a lot of money. What do you mean? The police don't just shoot people for running red lights? Not usually. But I mean, that's the idea. So much of Grand Theft Auto is a caricature of, like, actual stuff. They're not meant to depict accuracy, they're meant to exaggerate. Poke fun of, do silly stuff. Kind of push boundaries, push edges. Like, there was a really good, I can't remember if it was a GDC or where it was. There was a really good talk by one of the leads for GTA 3 that basically are like, yeah, like their entire marketing strategy was they wanted to basically be, you know, kind of as edgy as they possibly could be without getting their game pulled off the shelves. They wanted to tread that exact line where enough that everyone would throw a fit over it, but just enough that it wouldn't actually get banned from the shelves. Because doing so was free marketing for them. And so they were quite deliberately trying to get as many people riled up and clutching their pearls as they could. And I kind of hate that that talk happened, because you can tell from when that talk happened, a whole lot of companies all started going for the let's make it as edgy as we can, again, without getting pulled off the shelves. And it's like around that time that like every other survival game had cannibalism, and every other like this and that game started including these like edgy things like torture and all that, and I was just like, oh my god, please. Not everything needs to be edgy. I'm fine with those games existing, but like they don't need to be all games. Alright. Did you miss when Saints Row competed GTA? Then they went completely off the rails? Yeah. Outrage marketing works until it's oversaturated? Yep, I mean, to be fair, it still works a lot. But there's definitely the point where they've kind of gone like too hard in one specific avenue of outrage marketing that it becomes tiresome. For me, that's cannibalism in games. Like, don't get me wrong, it was first added to a bunch of games. Like, it used to be you'd run in on, like, the scene for, like, a horror game, and you'd see, like, the one person eating, you know, what was another person. You'd be like, oh my god, that's so awful. And then it became, like, a mechanic in RimWorld. And that was fine in RimWorld, because they were kind of one of the ones who first did it. Not really literally first, but one of the first ones who did it as a mechanic that you would potentially do. And then it's like, is this a survival crafter? Gotta check that cannibalism box. Can't go without the cannibalism. That'd be a mistake. And that's the one I'm like, oh my god, please just stop. All right, so you go over here as well. And you go over here. And then you go from that shelf to this shelf. And then you're waiting for me to name this thing. White Urkel. Sure, why not? Forgot what game it was, where basically you, so basically every kill you do in a quick time event, cutting someone's head off. Oh yeah, and there's been a number of them that kind of went to that whole thing. All right, so you need to go from the large storage rack to the mixing station. Right. So the only thing I could see being a problem I might need to deal with here is if no, actually it should be okay, because you have 2 different spots. It'd only be a problem if 3 different products get over here. Yeah, so it should be okay. Nah, the first God of War wasn't that bad. Like, don't get me wrong, ones like Space Marine did that to a certain extent, where you had, like, your execution or finisher moves that would regenerate stamina or health or whatever. And that was still those ones. I wouldn't even really call that, like, outrage marketing. That was just kind of, you know, a little bit like Gorefest kind of thing, where it's like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people who wouldn't care much for that, but that's a little different. Versus, again, where it's like, you know, games where it's, you know, run over the prostitute, shoot the cops, you know, kick a puppy. Like, literal visceral torture scenes. Yeah, no, Mortal Kombat, with its gory combat, was one of the first, like, first ones who kind of pushed that. Like, they definitely pushed things at the time hadn't been pushed that far. Yeah, to me that's a little different than, again, showing every single police officer as corrupt just about, all of them doing all sorts of, like, back-end deals and, you know, abducting children and all sorts of stuff. And you're like, oh my god, please calm down. I enjoyed GTA 5, but there's definitely some of there like, alright, this is getting a little over the top. And even that doesn't bother me, because that is, like, that's the thing that GTA does, like, since the beginning. I think the one that bothers me more is, again, like, when you have tropes. So, like, every zombie IP in existence is going to have cannibalism for some really dumb reason. Even though it makes literally no sense, which is a conversation we've had too many times on this channel. Literally makes no sense. Trevor's way over the top. Yeah, but I mean, it's, like, that's what GTA is. Like, that's, like, the entirety of what GTA has always been. For me, when it's those things that, like, it becomes a trope within a genre that's just everywhere, you know, it becomes that checklist. That, oh, you're making a survival crafter. Do we have cannibalism? Oh, gotta add it. Gotta add it. Gotta have it. Is it a zombie game? Oh, gotta have cannibalism. Gotta do it. Gotta be that mankind, like, that in the survival situation, you become the monster you were facing because you do all these awful things. Purple Express, sure, why not? And that's kind of the thing. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Every time you switch to Trevor and, like, he climbs out of a dumpster or something, you're like, oh, okay. Cool, I guess. This is where we are now. Yeah, no, I enjoy that, but that's like the thing. Like, for me, that atmosphere is literally GTA. That's what it is like this character of society that everything is over the top, and I think that's fine. Even if there are parts I'm like, alright, like the torture scene with Trevor, I'm like, okay, was this really necessary? Like, this really feels weird. But whatever. Like, it's not one of those things I saw seeing as like, oh no, people shouldn't be allowed to play. It's like, no, it's like, all right, maybe tone this down a little. maybe I didn't need this in my day. And the fact that he's drunk or high whenever you control him, yeah. All the zombie games very tired now. Well, that's the thing. That's actually one of the reasons I like Project Zomboid so much is there's no cannibalism. We don't need to have special infected. We don't need children walking around to whack with a crowbar. Like, we don't need to do all this, like, super edgelord stuff. Do you know what there is? There's old school zombies. Their entire gimmick is they never stop, and they want to eat your face, and they don't sleep. That's what makes them scary. That's traditional zombies what makes them scary. Alright, say the RimWorld morale player. Well, see, that's the thing. So RimWorld having cannibalism, that actually doesn't bother me. Like, all like the drug stuff and organ harvesting, that doesn't bother me. Like, that's fine. I've done that plenty in the game, because it's kind of like that was the whole thing, is it was the morally gray game. Now, a bunch of games that have come out since RimWorld tried to take it a step farther, and that they started getting to the point where you're like, all right, hang on. Like, oh, what was it? I don't remember which one it was. I always forget because I try to blank it from my mind. There was one of the games that it was a forced mechanic, which is the thing that makes it so different. Like RimWorld, you can choose to not do all the awful things. They're available and you're allowed to do it, and I don't judge anyone for doing it. I've done them myself. But that's a choice. But it was one of the other ones that was like, you had households around it, and you were like royalty or whatever, and you had nobility or whatever, and it had slavery as a mechanic, and you could force the slaves to have sex with you, and it was a non-optional part of the tutorial to do that. And I was like, no, this is a whole different ballgame, because one, seriously, what the hell, man? And then two, why would you force me to do it? Like, we played that on stream, we got to that point, and I'm like, no, I am out. Like, this is a level of ick. Well, royalty wasn't the name of the game. I know that. The problem is there's like 3 or 4 of them that all have very similar names, like Norfolk, Norlands, and a whole bunch of them, and it's one of them, and then the other ones are fine. Yeah, but that was definitely one I'm like, hang on. What the absolute hell? Like, come on, man. This is not okay. Did I not assign you? Why are you not working? So I've got you assigned. You've got a bed. You're assigned to the cauldron. Do I need to set a rest? Oh, you don't have gas on it. Okay. All right. Hang on. I see the problem here. That's why the large rack is from you to you, and we also need you to you. There we go. That's the reason why the chemist isn't working. I'm sitting there going, like, why is my chemist not working? Right, okay. What game was that? Oh yeah, and I don't remember. Like, I did it on stream. Like I said, there's Norfolk, there was like Norlands, and there was like Nor whatever. It's one of them, and I cannot remember which one it was. And to be fair, that was like an early demo of it, and I have heard that they've toned down a lot of that. And so I can't tell you with any real anything where it's at now. But it was one of those things that, like, I debated giving it another go, being like, okay, like, supposedly they've gone through, they've toned down this stuff, and it's no longer in that situation, all that. They can't exactly tone it up from there. This is fair. That is very fair. You do eventually hit a ceiling where you're like, you know what? There's only so bad this can get. I look forward to a point where we get people so addicted they're willing to buy an entire brick from me of my finest product. I don't know if you ever do actually get there, but that would be amusing to me. Yeah, this is the thing right now is my dealers have too much, because when you give them the brick, that thing. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things, like, and for the record, they actually could make it worse. Very, very genuinely, I acknowledge that there is actually way worse than that. But there's a certain point where you're just trying. And you still gotta get rid of product. With a brick, they should skip the can. A brick is a stack of bag. Oh, a brick is... No, yeah, you're right. A brick is 20... No, is a brick 20 units? Yeah, I think a brick's 20 units. I think you're right. Yeah, yeah. No, you're right. They probably should just skip the can. Save inventory space. Brad? How did you go from there to there instantly? Yep, no, that's the purpose of the bricks. I'm not looking to just run around and deal myself with everything going on.
Twig for gifting 1 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you, Groots Twig, for giving a sub to Mick Doom. Radio Person, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that as well. And wondering if buying a Switch 2 and dismantling it to use the GPU is economical price-wise? It wouldn't be a usable GPU card, you're aware. Yeah. The good news is, like, right now we're dealing with the situation where I've got like a lot of mixed inventory. What is ultimately going to happen is once I settle on the stuff, we're gonna get there. Hey, Aguma, thank you so much for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Aguma Bear, by the way? Good to see you all popping in here. So Aguma is an absolutely fantastic content creator, VTuber. Big bar. Let me go ahead and get that shout out because I don't know if my mods are handy or whatever. There we go. Shout out for Aguma Bear. And what were you playing and how was your stream and all that? Looks like you were playing some... Well, it says just chatting, but recently Halo Master Chief Collection and Oddworld Abe's Odyssey. Man, Abe's Odyssey takes me back. But yeah, I hope you had yourself a good stream, and thank you again for that raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I do know many of the people popped in here from the names I was seeing and all that, so, like, welcome in, everybody. But I do hope you had yourself a good time. We are dealing in herbs and spices and nothing you need to worry yourselves about. Everything happening in this operation is probably legal somewhere. Abe's Odyssey absolutely kicked your butt. I only remember what Abe looks like from Abe's Odyssey and the type of game it is. I know I played through it, but my brain is a solid blank past that. Okay, so you're cooking. But yeah, so we have been producing what was my naming on these ones? Because we had the ones were named as spice. Oh right. Yeah, so we have what's certainly here is herbs and spices. Like that's definitely onion powder, and that's definitely rosemary, and that's definitely wasabi. And these are definitely coffee. You see, that's a final ginger root frappuccino. These are definitely coffee. Don't worry about it. And this is definitely, I've not bothered naming them because I'm over naming them. I was going to give these names of sugar, and I mean, I've named over like 200 items in this game so far. I am done naming things. I cannot be bothered. It's a hard game. Yeah, no, I remember playing it when I was much younger, and I remember enjoying it, and that it is very hard. Another game that crosses my mind for games that are traumatic levels of hard that are, you know, games from childhood is Echo the Dolphin. Echo the Dolphin is definitely a game that you buy for a small child if you want to traumatize them slightly at watching the cute dolphin drown a lot. We've been playing Schedule 1 mostly off stream, loving it, can't wait for the updates. Yeah, now we're at that kind of point where I'm running in circles, if I'm being entirely honest, waiting for time to pass, because there's not a whole lot I really want to or care to do in the moment. Like, I can expand my operation more, but then I'm going to spend all my... Oh, I know I need to do. Hey, you. I need to order more goods. Right. Start switching? Yeah. I can see you naming the all can't be bothered. Oh yeah, no, I've done that. Like a very common name I've used in like RimWorld colonies that is naming things is hard. 1 second, chat. It sounds like something fell downstairs. So I'm going to quickly go check what's going on. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. It just sounded like something banged. It probably just fell off the shelf. But I'll be right back. Just going to double check what's going on. I'll be right back. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him. I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them. And it's just, no. Don't worry about it. I only massively... I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Did the air conditioner conjure a gale and knock something off? No, so it was the shelf above my washer and dryer. I obviously didn't see the way the boxes were stacked beforehand. I think it was just the vibration. Something slid on the very edge of the shelf and then flipped off. Nothing got damaged. Like, it was a box of electrical outlets from when I redid the wiring in my house was like the main thing that fell. So it just made a little bit of a mess I wanted to clean up, so, you know, no one steps on a screw or something. But, you know, it was just one of those things I was just sitting here, I was like, alright, that was more than just, you know, something adjusting in the wall or something, like something properly fell. So, not a big deal. I was a little worried that, like, maybe a shelf had gotten detached in the wall or something. I haven't had that happen in this house, but I have had that. Sweet balls, sure, why not? I'm beyond naming things. Like, if it's like a really bad name, I'll be like, yep. But yeah, no, it's been a fun game. It's just the problem you run into for those who are still starting the game is when you look at the product. Actually, it shouldn't be the product line. When you're looking at the progression on the contacts, it's right around the time you get to around the docks is when it feels like everything kind of like you can almost feel where like the content they've worked on kind of drops off. Because early on, like every other level, you're getting something unlocked. You're getting a new mixer, or you're getting a new mixing table, or you're getting a new shelf, or you're getting, you know, something new is coming in. And then around right before you get to the docks, suddenly you get nothing. Like literally there's nothing else to unlock so far as any type of equipment for your places. And then when you get there, like, oh, I guess the content's done. Which is fair, it's early access, that's what happens. But that's where we got with the last stream of it, and I even acknowledged it when we started stream today. That's like, you know, last stream we were kind of feeling that. There may be some new content this weekend. Yeah, for the record, I'm not complaining about that. It's more as a content creator going, okay, what are we doing next on the channel? Like, or what are we doing on like next stream or whatever? It's like, okay, I think we've kind of tapped this for what it's got. And so, like, for today's stream, like, I'm not looking to end early, but it's also late enough in the stream, I don't want to start something else, because we'll just pop in just to pop out. So I figure we'll sit there and kind of expand this a little bit. I'm kind of trying to see how this is going. We're going to need to get our dealers cleaned up. But see, honestly, you'd respect it if an early access game gave the player a message saying they were reaching the end of the current content. I've seen that in a number of games, actually, where, like, you kill a boss, and it's like, thank you for playing our game, you know, you killed boss, whatever. It's like, you can keep building or whatever, but, like, you killed the boss. And yeah, no, it's nice to have that definitive, it's like, hey, like, there isn't, especially when it's a game like a Terraria or Valheim style game, where, like, they're not always obvious about telling you when, like, there's the next boss or whatever. You gotta kind of seek it out. Because you can, if you don't look things up in advance, you can be left in that weird place being like, have I killed all the bosses? Is there one more boss? Am I done? I feel like Core Keeper did that, where, they kind of let you know when things were wrapped up. Dismantle had that? Yeah, I really enjoyed Dismantle. I still plan to go back and 100% that. Not on stream, because the last bit I'm doing is very grindy. I forgot how expensive you are. Oh, that's 6 stacks. That stacks at 10. Let's do, like, 30. Alright, we're still waiting for the order to come in for more seeds. Because we only switched to the dock and switched to this production this stream. Alright, well, I'll just turn around and go right back. It's basically right around the corner. Valheim kind of lets you know by keeping the biomes empty. Yeah, but it's also one of those things that, like, you just know that that biome isn't doing anything. It doesn't really give you the whole, hey, like, very clearly you're done here. Like, don't get me wrong, you can figure it out, but still. But there's definitely been games that you wander around, you're like, am I done? And it can be really hard to tell at times. Alright. Okay, so let's get him paid back and order another round of seeds. And then hopefully, after this round of seeds, I imagine we're probably pretty close to being able to just meet the dealer and buy directly. So instead of buying it like 10 at a time and then paying, then 10 at a time and then paying, and I can just leave the money, but I keep using the money for lots of things, so It does make sense to just chuck like 4,000, 5,000 in there and just forget about it for a while. It's honestly kind of annoying you can only get them in stacks of 10 when I have an order amount here where I could go much higher. Alright. Oh yeah, and for those who missed the beginning of the stream, we did finish all the dare drops for Farm Sim this, like, at the beginning of the stream. Like, it only took me an hour and a half or so to do them all. I do need to circle back and do the clips because I saw that they didn't end up getting made, which is fine. Like, it'd be nice to get the clips to happen, but it's not the end of the world. But I can go ahead and get those clips and I can submit them all. And then, you know, anywhere from like 1 to 5 days or whatever, we'll have a bunch of keys to give out for Farm Sim 25 and the next app DLC. But I figure we'll probably not play Farm Sim on the channel, not till a proper like major update comes out. So whenever they add like a new map and like new crops or whatever. Yep, we're going through, and basically right now I'm just trying one of each of the mixers with this to kind of see what's got the most value. You love Valheim? Still need to play Ashlands and put it off for too long? Yeah, no, I really enjoyed Valheim when it came out, but the problem was I did playthrough after playthrough after playthrough with different groups of friends and just burned myself out on it. And so, like, after basically what was available in the very first release version, I haven't really gone back. I've tried to go back a couple of times. I get to about the point of the swamp and grinding the iron, and that's usually the point that I'm like, okay, never mind. And I know I could turn down the amount of resources I need, yada yada yada, but then I gotta do a lot of trial and error and being like, okay, but how much in the way of resources feels good versus how much do I feel like I'm progressing too fast? White Death, cool. Sure, we'll sell that too. Valheim is beautiful, but oh my god, grindy. Yeah. Someone said Valheim 1.0 release is close, like this year, if you remember correctly. That wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Because, like, I know they got Ashlands implemented, and I thought there was only, like, one more biome after that or whatever. And I've been working on that game for a long time. White Death doesn't sound like a product you'd want to buy. I mean, to be fair, there's products like Death by Coffee or Death Brew, Cold Brew. That's not unusual. Usually they have like a skull painted like a luchador or whatever on the can, that kind of thing. Like they're aiming for the yeah, liquid death. There's an entire thing called Death by Chocolate, which is like just a big chocolate thing. Would you like a can of liquid death? It's actually a brand of canned water. Yeah. Modders have finished all the biome in Valheim years ago. The thing you got to keep in mind with the difference between modders and the devs themselves, the devs have to do like a lot more. Like you can throw an endless army of modders at a problem who can like not have to worry about any other responsibilities or whatever, because there's all over the board. You can get entire teams. Devs behind a game usually have to maintain a lot of the existing content as well as go and do updates and all that. Modders will always go faster than the devs can. And that isn't a bad thing on the devs. Alright. So those are all blinking and waiting for their turns. We've got our dead drop, which is apparently right here, which is perfect. Hey, Devlin, how's it going? Okay, so we need a lot more gasoline. And I know I can order it, but you have to wait 6 in-game hours, i.e. 6 real-life minutes, for an order. And genuinely, it's going to take me as much time to go and pull up the phone, put in the order, do all that stuff, then empty the van, as it will for me to go up here and say, hey, I'd like 160. Oh, that's not how, I mean, it's what I type, but that's not. 160, please. Thank you. Yeah, skull with mustache and aviator glasses? Yeah. I've seen a bunch of things like that. Or if you got, like, beers, you have stuff like Hop-Pocalypse. That's a pretty popular brand if you want, like, the bitterest of bitter beers. Deliveries become necessary? Yeah, I mean, we did a lot of deliveries at our other location. Like, very genuinely, one of the big things is, so this is the barn over here on the right. Like, the gas station for it is, like, way over here somewhere. Yeah, the gas station for it is, like, over there, I think is the closest gas station for it. So you gotta commute the entire length there. So deliveries are just much better. Now, in this regard, the gas station's right there. So it's about 2/3 the distance. But still, this you also have to go on these, like, dirt roads through the woods to find it, versus that has a much easier thing. You can also go right over that, so you can kind of cut the corner. Whereas, like, your previous locations, which are there, which isn't big enough to matter in this one, and then the bungalow, the gas station's down here, so the bungalow's not bad. This isn't bad. This one's a little much, but even then. But it is the barn, for as big as it is, an upgrade. It is kind of an outlier in that it's very inconvenient to go there for a lot of things. Oh, we got a new one. That one's getting renamed. Mega Spice. Good enough. Okay, it does look like those are keeping up now, where if I want to keep this operation moving along smoothly, I am going to need to put down more plants. It does look like they're all sitting with about 18 of those on there. So I'll probably add 4 more plants and 4 more drying racks. Sorry, 4 more plants and 2 more drying racks, and that should do, which actually shouldn't require me to get more space. I believe we'll need to wait till the evening to do that. I was kind of hoping you'd go through this gas a little bit faster for my own convenience, but that's okay. Oh, I have another drying rack. I still need 1 more drying rack after this. I'll grab 2 of those. All right, so I need to remember. 4 plants. Yeah, 4 plants, setups, and 2 drying rack. Sorry, 1 drying rack. 4 plants, 1 drying rack. It's okay if I get extra as long as I don't get too few. I mean, even that's okay. I just run out and deal with it again. Okay. So yeah, so you're over here on the right. Because we need to get money from my dealers. We'll see if I can't drop any more merchandise on them. Yep. There we go. And then Brad's back home. That'll be the big thing of when we reach the point where it's like I've decided on which of the products we're making. Now we just start making the same product again. Okay. Yeah, so you're still working on that one. That's fine. Are they doing good selling bricks? What they'll do is they'll break it down. So like that last one, technically he can't break it down yet. But he will be able to break it down as soon as his other product starts running low. And so he can't technically sell that yet until he has the inventory space to break it down. How did I miss you? Where did... But yeah, so the big thing is to make sure they have a couple of inventory slots extra. But yeah, because all that brick is, a brick is effectively a full stack of the little baggies. So then if you get a full stack of bricks, since baggies stack up 20 high, and the bricks stack up 20 high, you effectively have 400 units of the product on them. It allows you to just put a huge amount of product on the person in the same inventory space. The downside is they do split up a brick into baggies and jars, which is very inventory inefficient. So I do agree it'd be nice if they skipped the jars and just went right for baggies. Because that would save 1 inventory slot when they do it, if you're stacking. So go ahead and get that ordered again. Keep that coming, because we're going to need more and more. We are waiting a little bit here. I'm probably not going to need that much money. But we'll wait. We'll spend what we can in here, and we'll just drop the rest in our laundering places. Because we're gonna basically increase our production rate by about 50%. At which point, eventually, we're gonna get the bottleneck of the actual chemistry bench. Ooh, so I'm gonna need 2 beds, I'm gonna need a botanist, and I'm probably gonna need a handler. Is that right? So the botanist will go get the seeds themselves, and they'll plant them, and they'll move them to the drying rack, and they'll move them from the drying rack to the shelf. No, actually, we won't need a handler. We'll just need our botanist. We got 2 minutes. Hi, Molly. Don't creep up on me. Good afternoon. Hey, how's it going, officer? You go and drive through here, you're gonna need to search your vehicle. Okay. You need to park your vehicle nearby for me to search it. Okay. The whole curfew every night is a whole big thing. Yeah, so you can move 8,000 at a time. Yeah, so with that we can move what? 8,000, 10,000, 14,000? No, 14,000, 20,000? 20,000 a day total, I believe, between the 4 businesses. I mean, that's definitely doable. But yeah, there's gonna need to be, like, people talked about like having like a mule person or whatever, like someone to work between you and the dealers, you and the other areas. That way they can continue to like grow the city out and have you take over more territory, but like all your stuff back earlier can still function in. Like I do feel like it would be okay for this game to get to a point that it's nearly fully automated. That you could literally just watch, like sit back and watch it run, and it would do so inefficiently, but it would run itself. All right, 30 more seconds. Because I've always found with a lot of simulation games that's usually the difference to help avoid monotony so the player can do the parts they want versus the parts they don't want, is that very genuinely you set up where you can kind of fully automate, if not everything, most of it. Like one of the ones I've seen do it well is that to fully automate it you would need like 12 people, but you're only allowed to have 10, so there's always some gap in the automation for you to do. But right now, it's just, you kind of get forced to deal with the purchasing and all that. Okay, so I need 4 of you. I need 4 of you. I need 4 of you. I need you. So that's the furniture we need.
Huh.
I'd like to hire an employee. I'd like to hire a botanist. For the docks. Alright, so now we can run our way back to the docks. Just give you a mansion for 1 million to buy, then load with furniture, then run the crime family. Yeah, I mean, so if we look at the areas you unlock now, we've got Suburbia and Uptown are still to be unlocked. And you can unlock those in the game now by hitting a high enough rank. It's just kind of the problem of the content to actually get new stuff, new things you're selling, all that runs out several full ranks earlier. All right. Oh, I didn't buy the drying rack. 1 second. That's okay. Gotta run over here to grab our dead drop anyways. I got everything but the drying rack. Because I am finding 2 drying racks to 4 of those. Seems to be relatively close to right. It'll probably change wildly if I have to up the quality again. But I honestly am not expecting to need to up the quality. Because right now they present the different areas, like the highest quality area being only the purple quality. So there's 1 whole quality level higher. My assumption is as they add to the game, we will have like the bougiest of the bougie who will buy large amounts at very high prices. Will require the very highest quality to justify you doing it. And go here. Alright, so you need to assign you to a bed. You toss the money in there right away. But as I set this up, we can get you right to work. You have the same supply shelf as everyone else. That'll eventually need to change, I imagine. And get all you set. So you're all configured. And your destination is that first shelf. And your destination is the second shelf. And then your destination is this shelf. Why does that not look right? There we go. All right, and then that already winds in. You become thoroughly addicted to this game. Yeah, no, it's really good. You do eventually exhaust the content that you do. Just kind of have a grind. Tropical Thunder. Oh, it's yeah, we're gonna rename that. Let's see. Bad Thunder. I don't know. Oh yeah, no, they have some names. I think it's fine, just for stuff I'm going to be repeating on the channel. I don't want to deal with it. How did you only have 10 of that? Where did they go, by the way? Yeah, there is some, like, desync bug kind of stuff, too. Yeah, so you're thinking about 20. Yeah, it's honestly looking like I'll probably be able to add another cauldron and all that. Which is what I'm assuming the buildup of this is. That we would just keep doing that. Alright. Thick Monkey? That's literally the same one. So like bugged out. And like didn't recognize the last one. We've had that happen a couple of times. You know, running out of things to test. At which point we're gonna check which one's the most valuable. I'm not gonna go for the overly complicated one we did. For those who didn't see what we did for the meth, I'll go show you my other place. It's not operational right now. Everything's just sitting there. I just have to basically toss money into it and get in supplies. We just let it kind of go into standby. Because like your people don't quit if you don't pay them. They just don't work. So there's no like rehiring cost or anything like that, because that would be pretty obnoxious. Yeah, so going to the warehouse is way more annoying than, sorry, the barn is way more annoying. Because, like, at night, you kind of have to follow this trail here. And I have the flashlight on. Yeah, so they're all just still standing there waiting for me to come back and do stuff. Yeah, so I got our whole operation here. So what I was doing here is we had, like, this whole area where they would produce the first phase of it. Those apparently all waiting for someone to do the next phase. They're going to stay there forever. Then it would be brought over here, and we'd have all these different shells had their own stuff. So we actually were going 5 different mixes deep to then produce the final good to shelf and sell. And that final product for that was worth like 225 per unit. So it was good, But this time I was like, that thing was so annoying to get supplies for because I had to get 5 different supplies. So I had to get 2 whole trucks and run to grab the things and bring it back. So I was making good money per unit. Like the end result was really lucrative. But it was a lot of overhead. And so as a result of all that overhead for this one, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go maybe 1, maybe 2 mix levels deep. And that's as far as I'm going. Because I cannot be bothered. Because it's just a whole lot of running around with materials. Versus if I'm using just 1 or 2 things, like let's say batteries ends up being the best. What I could do is I could bring 2 trucks full of batteries in and load up a bunch of shelves and not have to think about it farther than that. And then basically have supplies for a very long time. Let me guess, it'll be the same one? Shiny stink? Good enough. Yeah, I have a feeling that one, that because it bugged, I'll be taking that and bagging them individually for getting new customers. Let's see, you got your weed completely finished yesterday. 6 mixes each. Can't get enough employees to do more than 2 versions. Yep. Well, that's honestly one of the things I started doing, especially with getting up to like bricks and all that, is I honestly found myself just being like, this is the product I'm selling. Like if we actually look at my products page, like this was our the final ginger root frappuccino, the 225 one of 100% addictiveness. I just made that. Like once we did a bunch of research to try a whole bunch of different mixes, found the one I liked the most, and that's all I did. I just produced that one in bulk. And it sold perfectly well, so I didn't have to like go through and put a bunch of different headache and effort into it. We just made that because I couldn't be bothered to make a bunch of things. I would imagine if you're using, well, I mean, the same ingredients would give you the same results, so that probably would be worthwhile. Cool. I'm hoping after Shot Caller, the next level up will be another, like, get a new part of the city. That said, the new part of the city will only remain interesting for just a little while, just to get the new customers kind of thing, which, if we run around, we'll probably get that knocked out in no time. Because let's see, contacts, Uptown, yeah, Uptown has a new dealer. Suburbia has a new dealer, but no new anything else, just dealers. So yeah, that'll be like fun to work on getting the customers and that whole side of it, but after that, it'll probably very quickly wear off. All right, so you're waiting on the leaves to come in. That's fine. And you're basically backlogged on that. Here, let's steal 2 stacks of leaves from this. There. Now I've got split between those so they're actually operating both of them. Because right now they're mostly operating just the one. And we put the last gas stack over here. Probably put over here. No, they really actually don't use that gas very fast. Which is a good thing. Okay. Where is my handler? Oh, there you go. I was about to say, like, why aren't you topping that off? Well, the gas stashed here is actually in the cauldron, because it's one of their materials. Use the cauldron to cook the leaves to make the precursor that you then cook to make the drug, and then we mix the drug afterwards to, you know, make it a better drug. Yeah, and there's definitely room for improving this. Like, with this setup here, I could certainly do something like put back here a bunch of the cooking stuff. Kind of funny that you avoid meth completely and then everywhere you look people are selling meth. Well, yeah, because it's one of those things that the game remains really fun through meth. It's around the time you're starting to get to the cocaine that you've already long since passed, where there's just not more unlocks happening at any real amount until you get to that last one. And so the amount extra you make with the meth versus the marijuana is very considerable. So I do think it is just a matter of that's where most people probably get to and then drop off. Because honestly, I debated whether or not we were playing today. Because like, oh, I feel like I'm just kind of grinding at this point. We'll grab 3 of those bricks. So I think it makes sense that the people who are playing it, they get up to that point. That's usually where they kind of stop, so you see more people there than anywhere. Because they'll spend more time on that than the earlier phase. You're all set up. Okay. Yeah, so Brad's at home. Yep, so you're moving a lot. Sounds like Train Guard Simulator has a viral launch, then it just peters out due to lack of content for reasons keep playing. Well, that's gonna be true, yeah. We've talked about that. Most of the simulation style games like this, Supermarket Simulator, TCG, all of them, usually it is one of those things that you play until you kind of tap out the content, and then you move on. It's the same thing, honestly, with like Valheim to a certain degree as well. When it dropped, people who like really went to it, they played it, got to the point that where did you go? They played until they got to the point that they had fought the last boss or did the last biome, and then a lot of them bailed after that point. But that's pretty standard. Honestly, that's true of a lot of Tycoon games as well. Like, I really have enjoyed, Oh, yeah, for the record, I am not unhappy about the game. I'm not disappointed. I think it's a very good early access. I had a really good time with it. I think we're just at that point where it's like, okay, we're gnawing on bone here. The meat is gone for now. We gotta wait a little while longer till it Oh, here, you can have 2 of those. 3 of those. Can you do 3 of those? No, you can't. 2 of those. So I'll grab that. So if I leave 2 spots open, you can break up one of those. Then I'll just deal with this last one myself. Oh yeah, no, that's the bugs I've run into this have been pretty mild. There we go. I also noticed when I've been running around, I have not been accosted by a customer being like, do you have anything available for me? I need it now. Like, honestly, if I as the player was able to break the brick up into the baggies while out and about, I would probably deal. I think I'd enjoy that a lot in that case. But otherwise I gotta make it all into baggies, which doesn't stack nearly as well in your inventory. And so I just kind of don't want to deal with it. I think it would be good to let the player, even if I have to have like a thing in my inventory to accommodate that, I do think being able to break up the larger chunks into smaller chunks on the fly, I think there is worth there, because otherwise, unless I go out of my way to baggy it up, I don't have a reason to like put it up for sale anymore. And honestly, the trying to reach the deals and all that is the whole thing. Or if for that matter, if I could be like, hey, I'm selling jars of this thing. You're not getting your one package. I'm selling jars. You gotta buy jars from me. If you're not going for 5, I don't want to talk to you. And so have a slower rate of sales, but that averages out to be somewhere in the ballpark of the same numbers you'd normally have. Or like you've had to do a certain number of transactions worth with someone to get them happy enough, or addicted enough, whatever you want to say, to be willing to do bulk orders. Yeah, so it's still doing okay for now. Probably go in. Get it. All right. Yeah, so let's pay this off. Because I also think it'd be good. I'm also looking forward to the idea of having it where there are police raids. Because I think that's a... Yeah, don't mind the $20,000 in small bills in the pocket. It's fine, I promise. But like the idea of the police raids, that basically the more on the down low you manage to do it, so like the less addictive your drugs, the less you're getting in trouble with the cops, like those kind of things. That the less you have to worry about them raiding you. And then so you can have the choice to be like really aggressively pushing highly addictive drugs, but having the the side effect there of you have to fight off the police raids. And so it makes you want to the first thing you do in a game is immediately commit the cardinal instead of buying everything from the same place. Yep. But like then that'll give you a reason to go down here. Like they've got the weapon person here. And like you can find a baseball bat like right at the beginning. But oh wait, what? Oh, okay. So he's letting me know I could just meet up with him from now on. Like, they've got all the weapons in here, but inventory space is such a premium for running your operation. You don't want to give up inventory space for this. Looking for some weaponry. Ranged. Okay, so we can only get, like, a couple of guns. Sure. Because I haven't gotten any of them. So I'm like, you know what? It's fine. Ammo. But one problem with this is this UI takes entirely too long to get through to do much. I have to buy it one at a time. I figured that wasn't gonna last very long. Without a cursor and with it like way over here. Oh good. Apparently assault with a deadly weapon is only a fine of $150. And they didn't even take my gun away. That's not well thought out, police officers. I'm not gonna tell you how to do your job, but I am fairly confident that's not how you do your job. Like, this is aim. Where am I pointing? Oh, hi. They're sneaky. I'm mostly seeing... Oh, good. The dead drop's available. So it doesn't seem like the police come back in any timely manner. Don't do it. Wow, that gun's aim is hard to do anything with. I also feel like I've already used all my bullets. I don't know how I still have bullets. Yeah, we need a cursor or to like an iron sights or something. This you just vaguely kind of point to the middle. I did notice it does have the mechanic where you gradually, as you move, like you just have terrible accuracy. We definitely need some kind of feedback that gives us some kind of information of what's happening. But I'm definitely noticing as we're fighting the cops, there are less cops in the area. Like it doesn't seem like it's respawning them back in. Which does have curious implications. What do you mean you're not willing to come out? Alright, well I guess I just won't worry about it. Would you stop being alerted to me? Yeah, because there's like no more cops, hardly. And we knocked on the police door and none came out. Yep. Alright, hang on a second. I need to science chat, and I want to science of the ones I'm not as worried about. Hey, there's gonna be a little bit of a workforce reduction going on over at the old location. I'm gonna say budgets are difficult, but it really is a desire for us to be a somewhat more lucrative business. So, you know, We're just gonna need to talk about the staffing. The staffing at our place. You're not been producing goods like I need. So we're gonna go ahead and have a little conversation about the continued employment at this location. So looking at who we got here, I'm not calling names. Not calling names, David. But your services are no longer needed here. Is there a reason for the no skateboard? I actually find it kind of annoying. And Gary, there's too many of you in Fallout. Okay, well, the question is, are they actually dead, or are they pretend dead? So if we go up here, yes, they are actually dead. Their beds are no longer allocated. Okay. That's the reason I tested on the other location versus the one I'm actually working. We're sciencing, chat, with bullets. Now, the question I have is anyone I kill just no longer in the city forever? Because we did fight a lot of police officers today. And I'm wondering, if we go rampage, would you be able to make it so, like, curfew is no longer relevant due to a complete and utter lack of law enforcement? Or is it one of those things that when we start the next day, they'll just be back? Oh, in that case, there's no evidence. Where did you all go? Manny? Where's the warehouse staff? It's okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Back tomorrow. Because I believe we only shot the police officers. Because I was worried if I accidentally killed one of my customers. And then we had to test on one of our employees. You know, it's just the way it is. Shot caller? A little too on the nose, actually. Alright, so there's only the batteries left. Harry Durkle. Sure, why not? Okay. That does make me curious if the melee weapons are strong enough that you could just run up and, you know, commit a violence directly, immediately. And that would be like a safe way to deal with it. Honestly, also, being arrested and it only costing 150 bucks and not actually taking things. Because that was... Oh, right, because that's arrested. When we and Ultra were playing together, she killed me, and it said it was going to charge me like 2,000 bucks or something, but then, you know, there was the whole not having 2,000 bucks. So it charged me like what I had on me. And so we're like, no, actually dying is pretty bad. I didn't die, I got arrested. Alright. Sir, I need you to buy that. The whole thing. By yourself. Well, having seen what drugs do to the world and people could do, people not dying after being dead seems fine. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so we do need to kill some time till the evening. Alright, so we'll hit up Molly. So we may requisition more firearms. I have a feeling the cops respawn. Like, I have a feeling the day you kill them, they're just gone for the day. But that they do just respawn at the prison the next day kind of thing. Yep, so you're good on your supply. Okay, Benji's working his way up the road. There, you can have a bar of that. There you go. And you are where? You're down over this way. Honestly, I think it'd be fair if they put the dealers on the mini-map too. Or not a mini-map, like on the compass. Like as a thing you could turn on or off. Yeah, you don't have the inventory space. And where is... Okay, she's coming up the road this way. All right. And your inventory is full. Okay. Hey, Ve Victus! Thank you so much for the incredibly generous raid. I do really appreciate that. Can I get a shout out for Ve Victus if I got one of my mods handy? Actually, I don't think any of them are handy right now. So I'll go ahead and take care of it myself. So, Ve Victus. For those who aren't familiar with Ve Victus, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing Schedule 1 as well. I do hope you've been having yourself a good time. These, Oh, I bet you the cocking the gun is for the revolver. You running the city? I mean, yes. We basically got to the point where we're pretty close to tapping out what content's available. So we're doing science. With guns. I need to wait till the evening to buy more bullets. Do you not like if I hold the gun in front of you? What if I aim it? Yep, that makes them mad. Okay, cool. That's good science. They didn't care when I had the gun. They didn't care when I aimed the gun. When I had the gun in their face, they were less than pleased. The real end game is the casino. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's very much. Were you playing Ride the Bus or were you playing the Blackjack? Because Blackjack is definitely the one that would be easiest to play the odds, because, like, less having to maths. Ride the Bus? Yeah, you know, Ride the Bus as well as ones like, okay, you're gonna lose most hands. But if you play the odds, eventually you come out. Oh, straight into ditch of poverty? Yeah, we went to the casino and burnt a bunch of cash. As you can see... Money's just no object. I own all the property in the game. I was going to show you where we... What time is it? Alright, we still got time. I'm going to go ahead and show you the operation we've got set up in the warehouse. Our operation in the barn is short 2 staff members due to lead-based science at high velocities. Yes, it does permanently retire individuals at your own employment if you decide that, you know... If you decide, you know, Sandra there maybe isn't pulling her weight. You know, as you do. But yeah, so we don't have a whole lot... Oh, we got a new one here. Harry Crystal, sure, that's a good enough name for me. I don't care. But yeah, so we're not producing that much because my other location I was producing obnoxious amounts of meth. And it was literally every single day doing the supply run for a whole bunch of materials every single day. And just was not fun after a while. Back to the dentist, good morning. Well, good to have you here. Why are you on that side? Oh, right. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so that means we've tried every individual ingredient for mixing on the first level. So let's go look through here. Which ones? So we got 210 at 60% addictive. 219, that's going to be a hard one to beat. At 100% addictive. 228 at 100%. That's looking pretty solid. Yeah, so we're just going to make white Urkel. So that's Addy. Here, for just a moment, toss that in there. Actually, put you back in the shelf. Because basically, I didn't want to deal with... My other place, I was going 5 mixes deep. And so I was making methamphetamine that was worth well over $200 a unit. But it was five stages deep, so every single day it was running to grab 1 stack of stuff from here, and then calling in a delivery truck. Sorry, calling in 2 delivery trucks, completely maxed out. And it was like every other day. Versus now I could just go here and say, oh, I did that earlier too. That's a full set of Addy. We can just run that back up, and that'll be good. Because money stopped mattering. Like, money straight up stopped mattering. So we're doing lots of science, lots of experimentation and all that. And it's been good time. Alright, so we can go here that I believe it is... Oh, man. They need to let us label these shelves in some way. Okay. Oh, I can't actually tell which shelf. I think it's this shelf. We could find out. I could stack 4 on each of these. And see which one they take the goods off of. Well, it's good to see you, that's actually, I was going to say, I can't go late tonight because I have a dentist appointment tomorrow. Okay. So that's the shelf. Yeah, but I'd love to be able to, like, label the shelves or have some type of UI to have what's going on here. Because even with as much of this as we're producing and all that, it's 9:45 in the morning there? Yeah, mine is until early afternoon, but considering for me it's getting close to being about 4 a.m. You know, this is like 4 a.m. is my normal wrap-up time. But yeah, so normally when I have a big raid at the end of stream, usually I'll go long. Oh, I just left all of that on my person. I went the wrong way with it. But in this particular case, I kind of can't. Not really, because it's also, my wife, Toom, has been away for a conference, and she's flying in, you know, shortly after my dentist appointment, she gets home, so it's going to be a whole big day tomorrow. Which will be nice. It'll be fun. I mean, not the dentist part. The dentist part's fine. I don't have strong opinions. Like, the dentist is one of those things that, yeah, I don't enjoy the actual experience of the dentist, but I like how I feel after the dentist so far as, like, everything being clean. So we have a problem. They didn't come back. Alright. I still want to do the science, so we are going to save real fast. And then reload the game. And see if we can get them to come back. Because if not, that means they've lost firearms forever. Did we maybe make things a little too high profile? That's not the right thing. Maybe make things a little too high profile? Did you kill them? No, the only ones I killed is I killed 2 of my staff members and some police officers. Because I didn't buy that much ammo. Because unfortunately the UI for buying munitions and all that in this game, kind of not great. You can only buy 1 magazine at a time. You have to go navigate through the menu like again and again. So that's been a whole thing. All right. Normally, I might even still consider going long, but as you can see, like we're honestly just goofing off at this point. Because like I've unlocked pretty much everything, other than like the contacts here. But if we look here, there's no new suppliers in either of these areas. They're just dealers. So it's just kind of grinding what you've been grinding. Oh, good, you're back. All right. So let me go and get some weaponry. Just in case we run out of weapons, I'm going to grab the machete. And I'm not done yet. Gonna grab ammo. For you. Yes. I'm going to grab ammo. For you. Yes. I'm gonna grab ammo from you. Yes. You see the problem with buying ammo right now in the game? It's a little much. Like price-wise, it's dirt cheap. All right, so we're being told there's a curfew here, and so the question is, oh, you're rolling pretend dead. So the question is here, if we get rid of all the cops, do they stay away? I think they respawn each day, but I don't think they stay. Okay, it looks like we've got a group coming this way. They're so ridiculous. It's so hard to aim the gun. There's no cursor. Yeah, but apparently... Deadly weapon... Did you return me here? Okay. Apparently assault with a deadly weapon is only $150 is the max fine. And they don't even take my ammo or anything. If you get killed, for whatever reason, they take way more out of you. Don't smile at me. It's so hard. Oh, actually, they gave me a higher fine. I should have checked what that was for. Man, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. So the first time we actually did considerably better. It's trying to aim at things like this and just guessing where the screen edge is. And there's definitely a thing that makes your accuracy worse if you move while shooting, so far as like running or whatever. Or if you fire like a lot really fast, but there's like no feedback on the game about how good that was. Hey, buddy. How? How did you live? I walked behind you and shot you in the back of the head. And sir, stop alerting your friends. Get out. Get out. I'm gonna turn the head bob way up or down. Must have hit the tip of the ear. Oh, jeez. Alright, so usually there's a bunch of cops in the downtown area. Officer Howard Lee, I need you to come out. What do the cops drop? I don't believe anything. I don't believe you can loot the bodies in this game, to my knowledge. You can pickpocket people. You know, generally they don't give you anything for the cops. I'm mostly experimenting now. I'm trying to, like, systematically go through and get rid of the cops just to see if they stay gone. I'm suspecting they stay gone for the day that you fight them, but once you go to the next day, they probably respawn. Because usually they're still wandering around at this hour. Oh yeah, no, you can pick up the body. Yeah. It is the same thing that happened last time, as one of the people we killed just permanently got marked as alerting. Yeah, no, I figured that would be. It's still interesting that they stay gone for the day, because like every other time when you kill someone, they get knocked out. All right, hey, Charles, I need to do science, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm assuming you'll come back tomorrow too. So, can we find Charles on here? I should have checked. So there's Charles. So there's Charles right there. We're friendly. I should have checked beforehand. I'm pretty sure shooting him in the face. All right, I need someone we have a relationship with, that we can have a we can. Hey Kim, you here? No. I said stay dead. I need a guinea pig. We need to check someone's relationship, and then we need to alter that. Well, we need to test if bullets has a negative impact on our relationship. All right, Cranky Frank. Cranky Frank, where are you? Downtown. Docks. All right, Cranky Frank. We're maxed out with Cranky Frank. Hey, come back here, Cranky Frank. I need to do science. Oh, hey. He did drop something. No, he didn't. That's garbage. Okay. So we have scienced on Cranky Frank. Yep, that hurt our relationship. So in case you're ever wondering, if you go up behind someone and shoot them in the back, it does have a detrimental effect on your relationship with that person. I don't think we have anything being pulled from that shelf. But my assumption is, now if we go to sleep, Cranky Frank will be not as upset with us anymore. Sorry, 1 second, just doing some real fast. Okay. Thanks for your contribution to science, Cranky Frank. Yep, and my assumption is Cranky Frank is still around here. I should have chosen someone I could easily find. My assumption is they're back. Because it would be really easy if you got into a fight with the police officers to then accidentally hit someone and then just you've permanently lost a customer in the game, and that would kind of really suck, actually. It'd also be a weirdly permanent impact in a game that lets you be pretty ridiculous. Yeah, so you're already... That's fine, so you can have that. Now, I know I see Cranky Frank on this side of town later on in the day. Oh yeah, no, I've accidentally knocked my drug dealers around a couple of times. Me and Benji have had words. I shouldn't give you an bar, but there you go. It's gonna make it harder for them to sell stuff because he doesn't have the loose spots. Yeah, I think the dealers should cut directly from the bricks to the bags and skip the jars. People mentioned that earlier. I think that's good just for making this not as much of a hassle. Yeah, so you're still just gonna have to keep doing that. Alright. But yeah, so what ends up happening in the game is it's really, really fun until you get, like, pretty far into methamphetamine. It's around there to, like, right about to start cocaine that you kind of run out of new content. And then it's basically wake up, run between these people. So you have Megaspace and, you know, that. That's fine. Give the cop a sample. Oh, you can talk to the cop. They don't give you the option to offer, but you can walk up and get searched by the cop because, you know, you ran up and bothered them.
Huh.
Yep. And Manny's out here and cool like nothing ever happened. So max deposit. Max deposit. Yeah. Now I've got, so supposedly they're adding bribery to the game where you'll be able to bribe the cops. They're all supposed to be adding police raids on your place. I think all of that'll be good because it definitely is a thing that right now at this stage of the game, there's not really a threat of any kind to me. Apparently getting arrested costs nothing. I don't really have more I can unlock or progress. So that's kind of tapped out. So it is just kind of going, make big number bigger. Which is fine to a certain extent. But you get the idea. Yeah, so we're starting to stack that. So once we start getting rid of the other stuff, that'll be fine. But with that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time. And like I said, I can't really go long tonight, which is a real shame. I really do appreciate that raid, Vivictus. It was, you know, very thoughtful. And normally, like I said, I'd love to be able to, you know, run with it and all that stuff, but unfortunately tomorrow was a day I can't stay up for. Anyways, with all that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow, though you can find your way back here in the future. For those who don't know who I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed of one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. But that said, I do play variety, so I play a lot of RimWorld, I play a lot of I have played a lot of Project Zomboid, I do a ton of simulation. Next time I stream, I will more than likely be doing the update for Pacific Drive that adds endless mode and a whole bunch of good stuff. I don't know if that'll be Friday or Saturday. Saturday is the day I know I will definitely be doing a stream, but like with my wife getting home from a conference tomorrow, the next 2 days are a little bit more wishy-washy on what's going on there. With that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready, so that's what's going to happen. So thank you so much for tuning in, and don't forget to subscribe over there. And over here on Twitch, don't forget to follow. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we are going to go find someone for